Hey,
Quack. How are you?
fine.
Oh,
What up?
niggadry.
Ah, the usual. Gotcha.
It's always niggadry. What do you mean? Even if I have half my hearing missing, I'm still a nigga.
Speaking of that, did you see Afroman won his lawsuit?
Yes, I did.
Dude, unironically, I was drinking last night, which I'm going to be doing throughout every night this week because it's spring break for me. And I was locked the fuck in playing Overwatch with some friends, listening to his music of him fucking shit about the police officers that raided his home. Like literally got a 4-player kill streak, and we like took point, and I was like, hell yeah. I'm like locked in listening to it.
Cases like that and end that way. That's the only way that you see real justice.
Oh yeah, no, dude, everyone like literally could tell that he very much had proof that justice or the why am I blanking on it because my brain is fried.
Probably because he's drinking.
Yeah, probably. Is the police officers like quite literally falsified their report and then went after it, and then one of the police officers found out he thinks he found out that his wife actually cheated on him with Afroman. When in reality that didn't actually happen. He was making a fucking joke, saying I fucked your wife. It was funny.
Like, Your Honor, my client was just simply view logging, and they couldn't handle it.
They couldn't.
True.
Oh, shit. Listen. Okay.
Plus, if it happens to be the case that it's not a perforated eardrum and instead of just being an earache, I can actually say marathon made me go deaf.
It was so shit. Marathon made you go down.
Literally one day of play sessions back to back between a game that I actually like playing, and I instantly get a fucking earache the day before my son's birthday, and an earache increasing all the way through. I sat, although happily, it was not that bad when we took him to Kids Empire.
Oh,
And
nice.
an entire. It's not Chuck E. Cheese like. It's more like a combination with a kid-friendly adventure park and an indoor mega play structure. You'd think that there would be a bunch of screaming kids, but no, there is not, because it's on the rich side of town. So,
Kids actually have manners.
no. You know the answer.
Yeah. I don't want to say it because I feel like I'd get you canceled by extension.
No. It's very impossible to cancel me because who fucking cares about me? I made myself sad. But no! Say it! Say it out loud.
Because there were no mouth spitting. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck, I was gonna go down a whole Uncle Ruckus bit for that. No, but there weren't. Oh, ghetto.
Yes. Yes.
Ghetto people fucking screaming and making everything about themselves. Like, actually, funny enough, there's this one lady. She was saying, like, she went to Japan for like a weekend break or something, and she was saying like a bunch of these Japanese kids were laughing at her hair and stuff. Here's the problem. She had music over the TikTok video. She wasn't saying anything to them. And you can tell that they were just laughing, but not even at her. Like, they were just laughing at their phone because I guess a funny video or something.
Mm-hmm.
And a Japanese person, like, quote tweeted saying, "Man, this woman thinks that everything revolves around her." And I was like, well, you see, that is how they act.
Many such
Everything
cases.
revolves around them.
Yeah, this is very much. There's many such cases. It's almost like they have an addiction. They're addicted to the attention. Now, of course, because it's just our luck, there was a large black gathering that then came in for a child's birthday. And then it did indeed become Ghetto Loud. Fortunately, these were half black people, because even though they were driving in fully furnished and fully waxed black, all black everything, Escalades, Impalas, and the one car that's like a jumbo-sized fucking van. My brain wants to say Escalade. They were well-mannered.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, I can understand, like, a place getting loud, like a children's themed, like, play place area. Understandable to get loud because that's kind of the point. But then there's a difference of loud and it's annoying, and loud that, oh, it's just children.
Yeah. The kids weren't even that loud. It was really more the what I have to assume was the baby mamas and the sisters and the moms. Fortunately, only one of them had a fully dyed head of white platinum blonde hair, so they weren't nearly as annoying as they could have been.
It sounds like you speak from experience.
Yes, it's almost like this is part of the supposed culture that I'm supposed to be a part of.
It's in American culture?
Black people
Wait, they
have
have
culture? Yes, true.
Oh, Marvel idea. All right, Pennyworth, throw them a bunch of random pennies. Look at that one. That one's just mean.
Mm-hmm.
That's just mean.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Oh, damn it. Okay, you didn't give me what I needed. Are you still
Yes.
doing band for band?
Yes, that's
So
all.
marathon.
Well, you don't have to do that right now. Basically, since that is mostly something that I didn't necessarily promise that with the entire audience, I mainly promised that with Marcus. If people are not up to doing it, they don't need to be involved doing it, and I would rather not cannibalize the time of a normal Discord night for it. But if there are people who are open for it, I will add it to the number.
Okay.
I want to drag everybody into the bullshit if I don't have to. Besides, I'm taking what I'm going to label as light criticism, and I'm starting to add courses from the customs that have been made. Because there are bonus courses that exist that are popular, but not many of them are actually high rated. So I'm just grabbing an assortment of them. There you go. So I am going to increase this. Besides, since today's Thursday, this actually gives us an opportunity to get our first hands look on time takers, since yesterday was my son's birthday.
Yeah. It actually did have an update earlier.
Okay.
So, and it was only like a couple gig, or not a couple megabytes.
Okay.
So it wasn't too big of a update, but I guess I had one.
If I can update it while I'm doing this, which I can. Because so far, Nudgrodamus continues to be correct, because every single time this game came through on the timeline, let's go through the compliments. This game is an unwoke Concord. This game seems bland and ugh. Why can't they understand that we don't need yet another team-based hero shooter? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. And it wasn't even from the anti-woke. It was from our own niggas. Though I appreciated Christina's take more than other people's takes. Because almost every single person said it without actually trying to play the game to criticize it. Which of course then led to the, I want to make fun of this game, but Jeff Kaplan told me that I shouldn't do that if I'm not willing to play it, so I'll just say that it's poo-poo dog water. I shake my head. I shake my head at these people furiously. Also, it already happened.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Have you looked at the recent community posts on the YouTube?
I have.
No, but
People have already tried to tell me that I don't know how to play Marathon.
oh, yeah, sounds about right.
Based on what?
Based on actual good advice about how the game functions, because it is full loot PvP. They claimed that I didn't know how to play the game because it's full loot PvP, and that my perspective is something that shouldn't be respected. Various different levels of takes, some of which were going to be incorporated into what I've been amassing for content for a video, but I can take you through some of them. So, for example, one such string of responses were responses that I was getting the other night based on people's preferences. For example, there was a thread that was created with me responding to and pointing out the hypocritical nature of a person by the name of Cream Soda VA at Big Timbo Vibes, who was telling another person who was complaining about a particular factor that happens inside of Marathon by the name of Taco Tim, that the introduction of duos into Marathon makes it feel not great to be playing with a free kit. Free kit meaning that they're playing with a sponsored kit. because the sponsor kits have levels of cost. The first being free, but being the most dog shit that you could possibly manage with the particular sponsored weapon that that particular faction sponsor can offer you. And when you're playing in a team with a person who has their own loadout, plus 2 free kitters, it's the equivalent of saying, to put this into terms that people here would recognize, if we're playing a turn over turn, and you have nothing but 2 purples on your team, well, you're spoon-fed with 5 out of 5. With at least 2 VF blood items. And so it's expected for you to be the person that carries every single encounter and every single fight, because statistical logic says you should automatically lose every fight that you don't take where you don't get first initiative to take and do as much damage to the enemy as possible. Because the entire purpose of a free kit in any kind of, quote, extraction shooter, or as I like to call them properly, search and shoots, is that you're trying to find equipment so that you can be able to kill people. But unlike the Battle Royale fashion of you always start with nothing, so you have to go to these zones to find the weapons in order to fight these people, it is much more the formulation that when a person spawns in with a free kit, they are not intending to take serious risk to their own vault capacity. Because they're going in with the kit, so they don't have to risk their own ammunition, they don't have to risk their own weapon, they don't have to risk their own shield mods, they don't have to risk their own impact slots or their core slots. They can just absorb and hoover-vac money up. The problem that this comes with is that means if they're in a team fight versus a team that has versus those that have not, the have-nots are going to lose the engagement 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Because it's skill-based. Whether or not they can perform with one gun is already a hard margin. But when we're talking about people who have shield capacities that go up to 4 notches, and they're abusing some of this new tech, it's Trinslop, that's going around in the game right now, people trying to abuse the Thief's hookshot as a formulation of Trinslop movement, it's in the game, I can do it. It's technology, you shouldn't take it away from us. Let alone slide canceling, which has also now been, quote, discovered, but nobody wants it either. Alongside the fact that bringing in their own weapons means they can come up with what is effectively the meta loadouts that are considered to be good. If you're talking about meta versus non-meta, people who have 4 lines of defense before their health is ever getting touched versus gray health shields, it should be big bank takes little bank every time. This person gets angry at this from the person you're responding to, saying that this is just the way that the game works. And I explained that the reality is that it's both a boon and a bane. Because if you take yourself out of thinking about only extraction shooters in the format of extraction shooters, when you start talking about it in the formulation of actually, this is a fact of the game's game balance, but the way people use it is a crutch, it makes it much more realistic. So, take away the actual genre of extraction shooter and go to OSRS. Go to Old School RuneScape and go to a high loot PvP server or any PvP activity that takes place in the wilderness. The reality is that is exactly what extraction shooters are. If I go to the Revenant Caves to try and earn the money so I can PvP, and I constantly get farmed by players that have literally billions of loot, they've completed the Wilderness Diaries, so they have the ability to teleport around, and I have to take the same time into the teleport PJ Jack, which means if I have to wait 3 seconds before my teleport to escape goes off, and they don't have to wait, so even if I anti-PK them, they can always escape me because I don't have the runes and I don't have the supplies to teleport block them. The only way in which I'm able to survive and farm is by minimizing all of my risk down to basically nothing. So I lose nothing significant, and I keep what I need in order to actually survive and continue farming to the next objective, which usually means your weapon. Because with overhead prayers inside of OSRS, you can minimize most damage that enemies are doing to you because NPCs have a static attack style. Most NPCs, within reason. And in the PvP zone that I'm thinking of, the most common attack style that you're going to be blocking is magic and ranged. If we applied the idea and the concept to all extraction shooters, if a supposed person comes in with a T-bow and fucking declaws and a Void Waker and a combat Tribrid switch to spam a magic at you on the Ancient's magic book so they can freeze you, blood strike you, and also continuously go between that and with a teleport, with a book swap to the normal book, use any of the magic sapping items because they know that the PVM players don't have brews, so that they can be able to get the magic debuff off of them, so they can actually use their magic should they have magic to fight back with if they're not using sacks just for the escape. You're talking about a person playing against billions of dollars with $5. Of course they're going to play with a free kit. But this is not the idea of what's going on, because the Cryo Archive is now in the game, and alongside it, they have also announced and laid out the rules of Ranked. Ranked is a high rollers club, and by the rules of the game's game director, it is intentionally designed to be, one, played on weekends, which basically means for Destiny 2 players, it's just trial again. But two, it is based on your vault value. So if you have a vault value of 100k, you get a holo tag that means that you have to hit that number alongside your squad because it's teams only, which kind of sucks for the people who want to play solo like myself, but it is what it is. You have a base amount of cost that goes into your vault. It's not based on what you bring in your loadout, such as what Cryo Archive is going to be, because technically 5k is nothing for an actual loadout value, but I'll explain further. The simple answer is, where people are basically trying to cheese what they claim the game loop is, saying the game loop is just killing people, farming people, taking their free loot and mocking them, the game director has defined that actually the game loop is learning how to take advantages, learning how to press your advantages, and learning when enough is enough. So it's directly conflicting with their worldview of how they claim their fun should be. And this user, and how they were complaining about the content, was that they were avoiding the pain point. They wanted to say, I can do what I want, and I can choose to play the way I want to. Free kits are fine. You're just mad. And it's like, no, actually, if I'm playing on a team full of other people, and I have gold, blue loot, and my team is on free kits, I feel bad when it's reversed. Because limiting 3 kits or having a guarantee for your team makes it so that if you go in with a 3k loadout, it looks for crewmates with similar values. So, if I go in with things to risk, I would like to be with people who are also risking something. Not somebody that when they lose says, thanks for, hey, enjoy the free kit, enjoy the free kit. Because they complained about this in Arc Raiders. They said this is the exact reason why PvP was so bad in that game. I did the work to research that. That was their answer and their problem every single time. Free kits don't risk anything. They can take your items, and they don't have to actually have anything to lose for it. Because if they fail, they can just go again, and it doesn't hurt anything. The only thing it really hurts is their skill level, because they never learn how to play better. And ironically enough, Marathon actually has a way to address this. But I digress. They complained that free kits were the problem. But that wasn't really what they were trying to say. They complained that they were getting their shit taken by free kits, but they love when they can take your shit with free kits. So, quoting the person directly, if I'm going to get domed by an unemployed individual with a gold volley rifle and purple shield that in the match eventually, why should I risk what little good gear I have when I can bring a free kit, gain a few kills, and then meet my fate with comfort?
Mm-hmm.
When they got
You
pushed...
know, Carl.
Yes?
You are one of those people who talks a lot, but also says a lot.
That's because I actually have something to say. I take it as a compliment. Regardless.
And what?
Regardless, the back and forth that ended up happening here is that this person would try to respond to me in pieces and parts, because that's what they always do. The first response that they got was, plenty of my squads get free kits, got kills with me, and extracted all successfully. If you don't have a lot of gear, play less aggressively. Get the objectives done. Exfil. At the end of the day, nobody is selfish for bringing a free kit. If you don't like it, you should queue with friends. Which completely misses the point that was being made when I said that the person was playing selfish. Because the thing that I said here was, the reality is that free kits is a boon and a bane. In a game where the goal is to risk your gear, the same gear dictates your success in solo as well as in teams. If you remove the skill as a barrier, it's literally the haves bullying the have-nots and being anchors for their team. Because, let's say in Arc Raiders, if I have that one gadget that is a hook shot, and I have the ability to hook shot around the map, and you don't have one in your safe pocket, because there is no safe pocket in Marathon, you lose everything. it is permadeath, as intended.
Yeah.
If I have a hook shot and you don't, I have the ability to have mobility to scale around you, and you don't. Because in that game, everybody is equal. There are no shell frames equivalent as it is in Marathon. There is no thief class that you can play that you can always have a hook shot. Even then, if I choose to play thief class, I'm not playing the hunter classes. I'm not playing the stealth class. So I don't have access to their skills. But even then, it's just halves if they're having the have-nots. If I have a gold shield, and I have the bullets to spare, and I have the shields to spare, and I have the healths to spare, I can take endless trades versus a team that has less resources than I do, and just drain the resources, and then crumple them. Because I have more healing, and I have more reserves, and I can pace the fight, while they might not have the ability to pace the fight, and thus I make them frantic. If we keep taking their items, if we keep blowing their items, if we keep taking passes on their loot, if we do something as scheme bag, as most of these people have been doing, and I decide to have a teammate put a claymore on top of a thief drone, and I use it as a literal mobile IED to be a damage delivery system, I can blow them the fuck up, and they don't have any response to this, other than to have to constantly heal back their health, at which point we push them, and they die. He was also ignoring the guy's pain points, which is that when you have somebody risking 15k plus with two people, they're at least fueling 1,500 to 5,000 on sponsor kits, which makes it that much harder to float a fight where you have to dictate that you're going to auto-lose. Because the 5k sponsor kit actually does have more expansion. It comes with better weapons, it comes with... actually, I shouldn't say better weapon. It comes with a weapon with mods. It comes with better resources, and it comes with at least a backpack so you can grab more resources as you're exploring. Which means more ammunition, which means more supplies, even if it's depleted shield batteries and depleted patch kits and other shit to go along with it. Maybe you find an EMP grenade alongside 4 claymores and an incendiary frag grenade. And normally, if you were on a free kit, you don't actually have the inventory space with your 12 slots to take it. But with the 5k kit, you do. But you don't have enough capacity to constantly run 5k kits if you're losing 3k back-to-back every time you fail a run, if you're solo or with a squad. So people doing kits on trio don't play intelligent or bloody enough because they're vegan vultures. And I know that some of you definitely know what I'm talking about, but I know that Exocrusher and Reflex Sight know exactly what I'm talking about, because that is exactly how people play in most video games. They're not playing defensively, they're playing greedily. They don't want to take fights, but they want to be in the content, and they want to be all over the loot. Last to the fight, first to the loot. Hoover vacuuming that shit up like they are fucking sponsored by Dyson themselves.
This is I don't know if you know this person. His name's Under the Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
He made a video talking about this exact concept, misinterpreting the way how the game's actually played. Halo.
Mm-hmm.
He does not understand Halo. His main criticism is that Halo's a cover shooter, and that Halo Infinite fully incentivizes this cover shooter play style to a T, because the grappling hook is only real use is to get into cover. But in reality, it's not the case. It actually is used more so as an aggressive pushing tool in the campaign. He's talking about campaign. Multiplayer is not really what he cared about, which I kind of understand. But he's not getting it, and he's saying, this is his Unk Slop showing, where he hates that you can only have 2 weapons at a time. And it's yeah, but due to the fact that you can only have 2 weapons, it makes you change your rules of engagement with enemies. If you have weapons that aren't great for close range combat, take it long. If they are good for close range, use close range tactics. That's just how games are. Every game is played is depending on situation, case by case, especially shooters.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm playing Borderlands and I'm playing one of the more close range classes that deals with explosives or whatever, I'm gonna go in with that mindset. That's how I'm playing the character. But if I'm I don't know, Mordecai, and they focus on sniping, I'm gonna be long range. It's just how it is.
You know, all this complaining about Marathon, mentioning now that the worst thing I experience in TF2 is music being mic spammed.
I mean, there are plenty of people that right now are doing that. There's already calls for people saying that please get these guys off proximity chat. They're ruining my game experience by constantly spamming my comms. But
personally, if you can have a mute button, I would take it. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a fan of proximity chat that people think.
I turned mine off, never turned it on, because the only people who want proximity chat are broadcasters that are going to antagonize and troll people.
Yeah.
The casual players never asked for it. The streamers want it because that's how they make their money.
Yeah. It's always about the content.
Does that include people like Proton John?
More like people like Tim the Tatman and Ninja and whoever the fuck is streaming right now inside the marathon category. I think there's a guy by the name of ACU who is basically doing exactly the shit that I'm describing with Thief. I can double check right now. Even so.
What am I missing for the
Marathon is third bar down, literally underneath arc readers. Shroud is playing the game right now. Across is playing the game right now. Where is this person? His name was ACU. ACU. Yep, ACU. He was playing literally last night, if not earlier.
As always.
Yeah, so this guy, ACU, playing with other people, only ever playing squads, was live 18 hours ago. He tuned in at the part of his stream that was called Marajon. Basically, content creators that specialize in, my build is so broken that I can click your head and your entire squad's dead, and I'm gonna walk over to you guys and be like, hey buddy, what's going on? Hey buddy! Buddy, what happened?
So in other words, exploiting a glitch and being a dick about it.
I mean, they're playing the video game, but they're saving the shit talking for when you're dead. The usual intention is, hey buddy, how come I killed you so easy? Didn't come with blue shields, huh? Rather than the way that most people would use it, which is that if a person's being antagonistic to them on the VOD, they're going to be antagonistic back. Which is hilarious, because a lot of the problem right now with people trying to find individuals to watch to learn Marathon is that, as Ninja complained, they literally cannot get audience to watch and consume the content because they are drastically losing numbers. That's why Ninja doesn't want to play it, to be exact. Ninja specifically went viral by saying, I would rather play other games because I can see that I'm losing audience retention. It's not on my timeline, because I had a clip of this guy doing this to them. If I didn't save it in my bookmarks, then it should be in my retweets. Regardless, the point was, special weapons that can only be found with association and ranking up to specific zones requires you to basically play enough of the game where you are then able to get the loot and the items that enable these broken loadouts and playstyles. And this person is basically saying, when I'm dealing with people like ACO, I should have the right to play the way that I want, because the alternative is that I allow myself to get ass blasted all the time, non-stop, because there's no counterplay. Would really, technically there is counterplay, because skill doesn't deny opportunity. But the alternative of what happens when you basically make excuses for what I was describing earlier in the True and Slop movement is what I'm currently posting right now. Hello, Struggle Blast. You get clips like this, where a person is abusing the thief tech, and they basically have made the video game into... Where the fuck is the hole? Okay, I found the hole. Where they've turned the game into a experience that is asking you to potentially get butt fucked. But boy, will it be good while you're getting butt fucked. To my left. I wonder what the tech would have been for this hole. Allegedly, every single one of these holes can be done with a hole-in-one. But, they're abusing a tech that allows them to reset the cooldown of the grappling hook, which then gives them forward movement that can pull them into the range of other people. They use a loadout that is the Bully SMG alongside a shotgun, or a long shot alongside a shotgun. Basically, shotgun bullets, which are mixed bullets, that do the highest amount of damage in the game, only reserved for shotguns and sniper rifles, alongside a heavy bullets SMG with large capacity, so they can be able to pepper the shit out of you, and then also have control at medium range, and immediately close into from long range to short range, and dump the entire shot in your chest.
Yep.
This kind of stress.
I will say though that's not necessarily specifically a marathon problem. That's just
that's just
the
Tune Slot.
Destiny.
Yeah, that's the Destiny Tune Slot problem, or the movement shooter.
No. I'm talking about shotguns. I'm talking about the way how shotguns are. That's just a problem with the Destiny engine. Shotguns are mechanically just one of the most broken, and design-wise, most broken thing in the game, because it's hard to balance it, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Allegedly, the way that they're balancing it is that they're making it harder to access those bullets.
Which I'm okay with. It's not a bad idea. They make them rare, then it incentivizes people to either you lose it or you use it.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, regardless, I'm not necessarily complaining about or rather, I'm not describing the capacity of that. I'm describing how these people are using this actual tech, which was the problem. Because the game was not scaled around Thief or other such characters immediately being able to dash 50 fucking meters next to you like they use Goku's instant transmission so they can dump the entire clip in your chest with little to no counterplay. This creates a dynamic where the game's balance is going to float into a meta, because obviously if you combine all the things I've already explained, haves versus the have-nots, the fact that everybody starts from nothing and they have to figure out how to get to the loot so they can be able to also fairly dump their shotty in someone's chest, and all of the skill differences that will exist between the different frames, this kind of behavior leads to a person basically justifying this attitude that actually you can play with a free kit and that it's completely fair to do so, but only within certain caveats. Only within a certain level of prediction or understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, the hole's right there. Let me go in. Let me go in. Let me go in. He got in. But he didn't get in the hole. Up floating in. Okay, I'm just stuck. This is my fate. I hate this. Anyways, it creates this dynamic where you're more than likely going to play with the free kit because it's just easier. It's easier, it's a better tenable argument, it's a better tenable problem. But the problem that I had with this person's responses is that basically they were completely making excuses for their actions and their behavior. So, when I described it to them, the responses that they started giving me were different. So, when they gave me that responses about Hewitt friends, they completely misunderstood what I was calling selfish. What I was calling selfish was that their playstyle, am I free? I'm free from my torment. Let me nudge over. There we go. And then I roll out of the fucking hole. Thanks, game.
So,
I was calling his playstyle hypocritical and not good advice to give to average players because he's claiming that free kits are acceptable when I want to use them to do my PvP hunting, but I'll only bring my real stuff on, quote, real missions. So when hunting other players, he'll be a free kitter, and he will be a part of the problem of what people say makes the game boring. Oh,
Yeah.
there's two. I didn't pay attention. There were just two ramps. Oh, wow.
Like, if anything, this reminds me a lot of older Minecraft servers that had PvP kits. And the only ones that mattered were the fighting-based kits, not the, oh, I'm like a specialized quote-unquote class, because, you know, Minecraft does not have, like, class system. It's just whatever weapons are in the game. And people would just like take the free kit, try to do something with it, and if they lose, they'll just log off, wait for tomorrow so it can reset.
Yeah. It's the same kind of activity that people try to have when they play Don't Starve Together when they're on a public server that is not owned or they don't have access to the instant reset capacity as a server admin. They fuck around, they get killed, they die, they then leave the server, and they go and repeat, and then they rinse and repeat multiple times over. In this way, people aren't actually learning the core game loop, because to learn the loop means that they'd have to actually risk something viable of their own content, and they're not risking content, which is the reason why they're not learning. They don't know how to assume risk, they don't know how to recognize risk, they don't know how to do anything. And that's fine. They're allowed to start out and do that. Because guess what? They designed a zone for them to do that. It's called Perimeter Beginner. It is literally the zone that becomes available to you when you first finish the tutorial, with the intention of being a place where if you are in this, you are with other runners who are also in the same situation, where they started the game, or they don't have a lot of loot, or they just have not completed their original liaison contracts, and so they need to take the time to unlock those liaison contracts so they can now have advantages and availability to the rest of the content the game has to offer. Where the fuck is this hole? Is it inside of the wooden structure? No. Scoops down the hill. And this goes further down. I'm so confused. It's so big. I guess the hole has to be under the platform? Oh, it's the only way to find out, I guess. Yes, it is in fact under the platform. It is literally under the platform. The hill is sloped. But the wall on this side is... oh, okay. Okay. I see. So this edge is blocked. And this goes here. So this goes here. Like so. And then bounce here. And this doesn't have enough momentum. So then this goes like this. See, that's hard to tell because you can't see the slide film in Blood Wolf. It's like a little sliver of the course that is covering the underside of the course, so you can't actually see where the hole is. Because it doesn't have line of sight, so we can't literally see the marker that shows the flag. Forest hole in one, my fucking asshole! Anyways. Much like it would be for any system with Fight Club rules, there are breakpoints inside of the game's opportunity cost of content. So if I start out the game and I have nothing to my name, I can start by using the what do they call it? The Cyber Acme free kit. I will get light bullets alongside enough resources to be able to scrounge through Perimeter and Perimeter Beginner. And if I end up taking fights and fighting against live players as well as the bots of the game, then so be it. But the idea there is that, oh, here I actually hit the hole in one. That was fucking luck. I should have fallen to the hole. Yeah, exactly like that. But in the idea of the game, designing the breakpoints, I am expected to basically put every single bit of my bounty on the line to potentially get more weapons. But if I'm always losing the materials that I had, the only way for me to actually gain is to basically keep running the free kit until I can pull out a haul of weapons, then a haul of ammunition, and then a haul of additional items, as well as other breakpoint upgrades, right? So like slowly upgrading shit over time. If I were to play a shittier designed version of Eternal Return, imagine for a moment, Reflex, if there was a stat in the game, such as loot speed, that made it that we had to kill 10 animals to have a guaranteed 6-second chance, or 6-second gathering speed for every special resources. Otherwise, every single special resource was a 50% chance of accidentally dropping the item. So instead of going into our inventory, it dropped in the field.
That would be really stupid. What the
Yeah, very stupid, very dumb. That kind of game design is already antagonistic, so that's stupid. Don't know why they chose to do that, other than because, lol, because we like it this way. Or rather, as many people have been coping about it, saying, Bungie made a harder game because that's what we asked for. And yet they're doing everything to avoid playing the harder game.
Mm-hmm.
Everything eventually floats to the direction. I wonder if this is possible. It is. But unfortunately, I bounced. Everything would float to the direction of most complex thing, requiring more and more of your forward-focused effort, or having to play through the tedium that is the core game loop. Because what a lot of these people are asking for is that they want to have big payouts. They want to have a run where they go from 0 vault value, 0 items on a free base kit that costs nothing, and getting a 50k run. That doesn't exist. Because if you're playing in teams, you have to factor for the fact that your team is going to want to hoover some of the loot away from you. Because it's just what's going to happen. You killed 3 people in a team, that 3-member team should have something. If you take the example I described in the first place, and you put up the scenario of a team member who's spooned, and then 2 team members that just have nothing, and are trying to basically filter fish off the person who has, you end up in the kind of formulation and situation of your ability to play and have fun being controlled by that person's inability to actually get content and to actually get loot.
Yeah.
Then your ability to have fun becomes limited by the fact that, let's say, there's 50k on all of these people. I can promise you, of the 50k that each of these players own, they're going to try to take the most expensive thing from each person. Because it's not that there's an entire brick that is worth 50k, it's that the weapons might be worth 5 each, and there's 2 weapons, so 10. They're going to try to take the 10k of weapons, they're going to try to take the additional loot, they're going to try to take the mods and the backpack slots and the shield items. They're going to try to hoover every single little thing that they think is valuable or they believe has value up, away from you, immediately before even telling you. It's one of the consequences and crimes of ninja looting, because everybody wants to know what is in the drop pool, but there's no way to find out because by the time it comes to actually look at it, the knowledgeable player, who would be able to tell you, looks at you and it's like, bro, do you realize what you just had? Nah, I didn't know what it was, so I trashed it. You just got rid of one of the most powerful things in the game. How is it powerful? It just looks useless. Well, if you had shown it to me, I would have shown you and I would have explained it to you. Nah, I don't care about that, bro. I'm trying to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
So even if everybody was a walking loot bag, which is the idea of how full loot works, The lower players that have not are loot pinatas. The players that are anti-PKers that are working with them, assuming that they're not in their team, but it's just a regular other solo player, has peace bonded themselves not to murder that person because they know it would not be fun. And instead, they're choosing to be a lot simpler and a lot easier and a lot more fair. So instead, they play the content, and in playing the content, to experience this game loop, they watch for the PKers, the player killers, that are going to come to hunt those people. And where, in the same loot cycle of extraction shooters, run-in events that they call them. The run-in event is what brings the people together, because there's only 6 players or 6 teams of 3 on the map, which is what, 18? Yes, 18. That brings 18 potential players together in these teams of 3 to fight each other. The team that survives and is able to actually make use of their loot and their timing gets to maximize their potentials in their gains. Because it's not an infinite spawning number of people. The only people who can come into a run after a run started is the work class, which is basically the bot class, the scavengers.
Mm-hmm.
The dynamics, it doesn't respond to any normal full loot PvP game. Mostly because of the fact they tried to extraction shooterify it, so it doesn't work the way it's supposed to. And then there are people coping saying, actually, it should work exactly this way. I should be allowed to take no risks, and then I should always be able to shit down the throat of every single person and clip farm it. You just end up with bad dynamics, bad worldviews, and arguments for why they should be solipsistic, which gets to the core of what I've criticized this person for. I told him that his playstyle is hypocritical and isn't good advice to give to average players, since on his whims, he decides that he should be allowed to not risk his gear unless he feels like it, which would be fine and fair and smart. Minimizing your losses is correct, but he doesn't take his gear to go hunt players when he has the ability to. He doesn't risk his good loot because apparently he thinks he's going to lose his good loot against the weaker people?
Which is really funny when you think about it.
Yeah. Because these contracts, especially the Arachne faction, the Arachne contracts, they don't tell you where to go to get the job done. Some contracts do, and they tell you that you don't actually have to hunt player characters to do them, you just have to hunt people, but player characters add for extra. But in their infinite wisdom, they don't risk their money ever. And certainly there are people that they themselves would probably do the same thing. They take their best loot to go fuck people up, but it's depending on the map. So Perimeter is not the PvP map that they like. They like Outpost. That's the map they want. They want close quarter combat, up in people's faces type shit. And that's just not the maps that people are going to. Because certain maps have certain items and also certain requirements for some of those factions. And the Arachne faction only wants you to kill people, so you can fight literally anywhere. And the breakpoints with the cost levels, especially with the inclusion of Cryo, is that these are basically fight clubs with buy-ins. If you don't have this amount of gear, you're going to get killed. If I walk into Outpost and I don't have close quarter combat weapons that includes a MIP shotgun and a bully SMG that's kitted out enough to be able to sustain the damage, I'm going to get my booty blasted. Guaranteed. No question. Not even an argument. But if I go into Perimeter, which is much more of a mid and long range map, I could take a MIPS sniper rifle, or I could just take light and heavy ammunition and utilize a much simpler weapon and much easier weapons that I could probably find in-map, along with a free kit drop, and see if I could do it that way. Which at that point, that's more an argument, not necessarily for the free kit being bad, but for the free kit being good. Because now you're using player knowledge. You know where the weapons likely spawn, and you know what weapons are good because you've tried all of them, because you've gotten all of them. So now you can say, I only need this much battery power. I can get batteries off of the USEM enemies, because they drop them forever. I can bait people to try and fight me by taking open fights in the atmosphere, and then utilizing XYZ tactic. Use this as a way to basically get to the green and get to the gold without actually having to risk wasting time on extra objects. At that point, it's no longer about not taking a opportunity risk. It's about trying to minimize. What's the word I'm looking for? It's trying to minimize input. I'm not refusing to risk my own gear. I am saying I'm good enough that I don't need to take my best gear. Mindset changes, right? It's not a problem of gear fear now. It's a question of, can I challenge myself to work with a minimal amount of equipment possible? You get what I'm saying? Ah, fuck, I bounced myself back.
Oh, sorry, forgot I was muted. My mom came in to tell me something. Yeah, no, it takes, essentially, when it comes to marathon, and this is actually the same problem with things like Tarkov. Well, Tarkov's a little bit different since it was kind of the progenitor of all this. But with Tarkov, at least, they do have like things where you need to bring certain valued gear into runs to do a certain task. So like only like, for instance, there's a quest called the Shooter Born in Heaven. Essentially, you need to hit on every map a certain distance shot. But only a few snipers in the game, which are high tier snipers, in terms of loot value wise, are the only ones that are capable of doing it. And if you get them, you know, it's basically saying I'm forced to bring them into these runs, into the zones, to get potentially like more gear. Now, the actual like task that you do it in is like the reward for it is just literally a like just a novelty case, but it's the fact that you did that like task itself is the achievement at the end of the day. But to get said thing, you need to, you know, actually risk gear. Because players are not going to care that you're trying to do this achievement. Sure, you could cheese it with a bunch of friends or whatever, but like your average player does not care. They see, ooh, high tier loot, let me go kill this guy for it. Or when they start out, they're going to be like, all right, let me get my scav, we're going to play it like this, and then boom, I'm going to like get some cool ass fuck loot or whatever. With Marathon and the way how a lot of people are saying it, like, oh, I shouldn't be risking my high tier stuff. The free kit's fine, so on and so forth, when like, yeah, and also no. The free shit shouldn't be end tier loot. The free shit should be beginner, hey, this is your pick me up. Now you're on your own when you lose it or whatever. That's how it should be. Because that's generally scavs. Scavs have nothing in Tarkov. The other one that I had a little bit of experience is Arena Breakout. But Arena Breakout kind of gives you the reins of like, all right, here's a bunch of shit that you could do. Figure it out. It's kind of like Tarkov.
The way that I see it from how these players behave and how they kept making these descriptions, there is one side that believes about a holistic viewpoint of how to consume the content, and another side that is explicitly selfish. This was basically the response that I ended up giving this guy, especially about how I was going about describing it, and telling him that he was missing the fucking point. Namely, when I said what I said, the goal to communicate it was that His mentality is what the game director is literally trying to challenge people to do with the rank system and with Cryo Archive. He doesn't like the core game loop, and he's not thinking of game balance. He does it for his own definition of solipsistic fun. And if I can find the other response I gave, the idea around it is that there's a difference between upping the ante and playstyle of opportunity cost, where people who risk their gear all the time basically bottom out, have nothing, and say, fuck, I have to run the free kit. And they hate running the free kit because they know it makes them a victim. And the person who's going to run the kit, and they are running the kit because they are saying to themselves instead that it is point loss optimization, to optimize the risk and the fun out of the game. I refuse to lose my gear. I will always spam this free kit forever and ever. Because that's what matters. What matters is me getting to have the loot, not me playing the game and having fun with however I frame fun should be. Because all the time, every single time somebody says fun, what they mean is the thing that makes me most broken. I have yet to hear a single person say, no, I actually like the difficult challenges, because it challenges me to play better. Every single time, it is always, I do the fun thing that is the most broken thing, because I find it fun that I can kill people without risking anything at all in return. One mindset is necessity and preference, especially when taking the wheels off so players can learn. The other is, I do what they want because they allow me to, and it's literally why rank is being designed the way that it is, to force knowledge of the core loop, because there's zero accountability about what is correct, and the word of God says that I'm right. In other words, you use kits as a crutch, because I can, because they let me, because unemployed people, so I'll play like the people who are unemployed. Have fun, do what you want, never said you couldn't, but be honest about why you use them, and in your own words when you told us why. Because Cryo and Ranked won't let you. Are you a marathoning enough player to make it there? I didn't read what this person's reply was to that, because I then muted their account because I don't have an interest in what they're going to say next. But that is the actual truth of it. That is the actual truth of what really has to be said about the game at that point. Because that's the mindset of almost all of the individuals who keep asking about, talking about, do I win this if it goes in that hole? No. Yes. Yes? Huh? Is this a two-part course? Am I supposed to be here? There's no way I'm supposed to be here. Okay, whatever.
That's what you're saying.
Anyways, the solipsism about how people try to tell you what the game's design is supposed to be against the design of the creator who made it is always so infinitely interesting. I find it so interesting every time a discussion like that has to be made. Because every time I have a discussion with someone about game design, it almost always comes and goes in the perspective of, as long as I'm allowed to, oh, the entire ship was the whole. Well, that's unique. That kind of design always comes with the, well, of course that's what you think it is. So, if I was to have been someone who had told you, and everyone else who tried the game at first, if I had told you that in Returnal Return, the way to play the game is to basically constantly steal from your team, even when there is logically no reason for you to do so, it benefits you to work with your team and to be nice to your team so you can make advantages for each other, and you instead said, well, Carl, that's not fun. I would rather do something else entirely. You would probably get into the same mindset these guys have. The game doesn't say that you have to work with your team, but if you have all the items and then you take a bad trade and you die, and you're like, what the fuck, my team's so weak! But your team literally is playing with the items you left for them to use, because you didn't give them anything to work off of. How can you say, ugh, I have bad teammates, instead of saying, this is my fault for not helping you all get to your breakpoints?
Yeah. I mean, that's how, weirdly enough, a lot of solo queuers are in League, Overwatch, and so on, where yes, it is a team game, but a lot of them will fucking bitch and moan about how their team sucks because XY factor that's technically on their fault.
Mm-hmm.
They don't realize it, especially like DPS or support mains in Overwatch. They very much have this mindset where they have to be the one frontlining everything, and then support mains are they only pocket the only good player on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not a good way to play the game, by the way, by any means.
No, it is not. Even if you try to remove them from the holistic League mindset of I play my game. Nigga, what game is there for us to play? There's only one fucking match and we're all in it. As a coach, I understand exactly what the problem is. They're all the exact same argument being spectrumized amongst the way that you interact with the concept. FPS players want to have the ability to zoom around the map because in their idea of fun, the game is most fun when they have the ability to consume as much material as possible while at the same time having the ability to decide what the culture is. If the game is mostly PvM with occasional PvP loot because it's either a part of the gear treadmill or it's a particular activity you need to do in order to gain some type of bonus or a stat account that affects the rest of the content that you can use. So if you play PvP, it gives you access to a certain type of armor that needs to be used in a certain raid that's a part of the gear treadmill or whatever the fuck else you might think it is. We're going to switch over to time takers now. It is some kind of breakpoint that you can only get it in that content, and so you have to play that content. And the rules that people have about it is the way that they try to basically fast track it as quickly as possible. Even if it includes a formulation of gameplay that becomes win trading. Because it's just faster to trade kills with each other than do it naturally, because the system itself, quote, isn't fun, the way that they designed it. The MOBA players, it depends. For most MOBA players, the complaint is, I don't have fun playing the game because the game is boring if I play it the way that's intended. Why would I play the character the way that I have been told it was to be played by the game designers when I can instead do the funny build and still be effective at the same time? This happens in every MOBA. Doesn't matter which kind you're talking about, especially if you're using Deadlocked, but let's use Deadlock as the example. For Deadlocked, they're so cracked out on technology, mainly because 50% of the players are Smite players, and they're trying to recreate the Book of Thoth. The other 50% are people who were told, this is the funny, goofy game where I can learn technology that allows me to be absolutely dumb fuck broken. Yes?
They're not doing test towers right now.
Really?
Yeah, 1,600 hours, 1,900 hours, 200 or 20 hours to 4.
Man.
Or 16 to 1, so that's like... What the fuck? Ah, Jesus. Okay. Okay, they're going based on military time / European time. So I can't really... I have to, like, translate that. 16, that's 4 to 1. 4 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning. Or no, 12 in the morning. Yeah. What was the other? I don't know. Point is, they're doing...
They're
for a game that's
doing
meant to be
selective
in...
testing. They're doing selective time testing.
Yeah.
For a game that's supposed to be in active testing, why are you making me have to figure out... Well, I don't have to figure out military time code. Why are you making other people figure out military time code? And why are you restricting the time in which you want the game to be tested? I'm trying to play your game. Why won't you let me play your game? Ah! God damn it. Anyways, as I was saying, 50% of the players inside of Deadlocked are trying to recreate our all-consuming great big book of everything. 50% of the players don't actually care about learning the game loop or the game balance. They're just going because they heard that the game is fun and popular, and they're trying to chase the said fun, while occasionally being reminded by the people that are trying to tell them how to play the game well so they can be able to succeed, shut the fuck up, I do what I want. And in every other single MOBA in its own design, several levels of, I could do the thing that would win the game, but what if I played like a troll and still won anyways? That means that it's completely fine, and there's no problem with what I'm doing. Which then hostages plenty of players, where the definition of fun is now basically, how do I extract my personal value of fun while remaining safe from everyone else's personal value of fun? And that itself is probably a really big breakpoint that is responsible for a lot of people crashing out. I know I've been annoyed about it in the years, but a lot of trolls come from the fact that they get dominated by people that won't tell them or teach them how to play. Then they get annoyed with the attitude that comes with all the different roles of how they view their responsibilities, and so they decide to become a part of the jaded. Because there's the new players that are always the influx of the churn and burn, there are the veterans, and then there are the jaded veterans that don't care about what the company says. They're going to do what they want as they want, because their sense of fun no longer is actually winning at the game, it's making other people as broken mentally as they are. These are the ones that they develop the term toxicity for. And yes, toxicity is a real thing, but when the company themselves are toxic to the people that they claim are supposed to be the reformed users, when it becomes the left-wing diatribe struggle session bullying that Riot Games, for example, became famous for, you can't actually be able to say what fun is anymore, because it's more of a practice in the experience of insanity than it is actually learning your role. Because play your game no longer becomes the reality of how to play to carry. It now becomes minimize the losses of 5 absolute children, or 6 absolute children, or technically 4 to 5, miscounting numbers, of 4 to 5 absolute children as you drag them kicking and screaming across the finish line. Even if you hand them a golden plate platter of a win, they will throw the win away if they feel that their egos have not been appropriately stroked. And then, in a PvE context with the MMO RPG, with PvP elements, with maybe a singular zone that's designed for full loot PvP or money matching, the attitude of most people, with their definition of, quote, fun, and what the game loop should be, is based on what allows them to potentially either get the most rewards or to get the highest benefit from playing a particular way. In most video games like that, honor usually matters more, and that means your reputation matters more. Bad reputation equals less opportunities because people don't trust you as much, which, if you apply something like the hero shooters, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, that's where people make names for themselves, and there's more money in being a better player and being a host and a content creator than there is in just being an unknown master of the game. Because if you're a top one above all ranked frontliner who plays both Vanguard and strategist and duelist, what exactly is going to make your gameplay session easier? Is it you starting to post videos about how they can learn how to play like you, or you become known as a lobby troll that when people are telling you you should switch off of this, you start spamming gasolina through the microphone? Yes, I am talking from personal experience.
Yeah. Especially when you're talking about Deadlock.
Like, for me, I came from a background of this happening more with the real-world RTS and milsims, so my particular activation point was the original run of PlanetSide 2 under Sony Online Entertainment. And then when I recently did it, like, not that too long ago, a few years ago, when I became a member of the fucking, I don't even remember the name of them, Voodoo Company, it was the attitude of people that, quote, have been playing the game for years, being disrespectful and annoying as fuck while actively creating problems in situations and then acting like unrepentant jackasses and not taking accountability while doing it. So if we were in a room having this discussion as actual team leads in a tournament, I would pull this person to the side and say, why are you being disobedient purposefully to set us behind when we have to lead 2,400 players in our team faction in an upcoming faction war? And in that kind of situation where there'd be a contract that says, now you owe me $1,000, the only thing that makes that person honorable is whether or not they're willing to say, you know what, you're right, I shouldn't do that, I'm sorry. Instead of the alternative, which is that, well, bro, this is just how we do things. This is how it's done. You're not a part of the culture. Because the person claimed that you're not, instead of actually being a part of it. All of the problems go back to solipsism. Go ahead.
I was going to say, when it came to Planetside 2, one of the things I was playing, I first started out playing, which I stopped because, I'm going to be honest, I was not a fan of the game. But I was playing with a small group. It was like 4 of us. And there was a objective that we were taking that had 5 entrances. Well, there's not, we were the only ones there, like our group. And so because of that, I was thinking, okay, let me cover both sides by checking these doors consistently, and so we don't get ambushed or whatever. And one of our guys who's been like a seasoned veteran of the game was like, what the hell are you doing? And I'm like, covering these doors because we don't have enough people to cover them. He's like, well, you're just making a ton of noise then, and they don't know that we're actually taking it. When I'm like, dude, there's literally an indicator that we're taking it, so they do know. And he's like, just sit back, take a point, and that's what you got to do. That's how the game's played. And I'm like, okay. We fucking died because the one door that I didn't cover was flooded with enemies, and he was bitching and moaning that no one covered that door. And I'm like, huh. Okay, bitch. I was doing that. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, his biggest problem was that he didn't Zerg rush.
I mean,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, you were saying, like, oh, it's like part of the culture. Like, he was claiming that, like, that's how people that play Planetside don't play what you're doing. You're playing like it's Call of Duty. And I'm like, no, I'm just covering our fucking flanks. What the hell? He was the first person to die because he was behind, his head was facing behind door that was not covered.
Because...
And it's like, huh, okay.
Yeah, because in the infinite wisdom, actual real infinite wisdom of most of the people who play Planetside, they actually do have real playbooks that they use as a part of how they officiate who becomes leaders of actual faction squads for the organization. Because somebody had to be the person that created said groups that would have this long-standing culture. Because no matter how many times the game's been brought down over, 15, 16 years from the original Planetside, and then the Planetside game they tried to release that was like Planetside but not Planetside, you have this problem where the culture has to be preserved, but the blood to play the game is ever shrinking. Because it's the kind of attitude where, again, people will say to themselves, I don't have to save your dying game. The same thing that happened to Smite is the same thing that is happening to Planetside 2, and even with their current developer, Daybreak, being the one keeping the game alive, there's just not enough time to go around. In fact, it is very normal for people who are a part of whatever faction that they play for, the NC, the Vanu, or the Terran, to have side swaps to basically to increase and inculcate the culture. So the same way that we are playing video games that I have basically made a part of the tradition of what we could expect a person to be capable of playing and being willing to buy, you have a baseline expectation that in order to become a member of the higher officer order, you need to not only become a person that, for the example of Voodoo Company, needs to become a person who goes through the officer lead-in lit training session that is overseen by the people who themselves went through and even designed said course for lessons, but also the actual proper chain of command, where if I give an order for leadership and some person who happens to be, say, quote, one of the best fraggers decides, no, I'm gonna do what I want to do, it needs to be understood that, no, Carl's the person who's leading the squad here, this is what he asked you to do, but I know that I can do more. So why didn't you tell him, but Carl, I can possibly do this, this, and this, so that Carl can weigh his decisions. Since literally I'm telling you to go waste your life to hold a particular position or point with members of our squad or our faction or our platoon, where we're dropping 220 bodies at a time across 4 TeamSpeak channels between our air, our, and our defense force. The reality is that most people, they don't go to that level of extreme. That's the real honest truth of the matter, to be technical. Because the most extreme form of milsim is not what these people are in for. That's why they're playing extraction shooters. They want the most basic formulation of exactly what that feels like, but without actually having to have obligations to other people. And you could say that that's because, you know, the genre changed or the appeal of the market changed, especially for the casuals, which I would definitely agree with you. The Planet Side 2 is not made for casuals. It is probably a game style that deserves to die, because there is no camaraderie amongst gamers like this anymore. Not without designing it from the ground up. Because I'm not going to have somebody barking orders in my ear without explaining to me the reasons why they have the right to bark them, or why they're saying them in such a way. So, like, the other day when we were playing in the team mode, which, let me apologize first off for that, in case I hadn't that day. When I was calling out plays, I wasn't necessarily calling them out to you and the other person that was inside of the random team look, because I was telling, I think it was you and Fancy, because I was trying to, you know, throw my weight around. It was more like I was reminding myself what needs to happen in that moment, because so many things are happening, I can't take the time to explain everything. I can only be able to explain as I'm trying to explain whatever short next thing needs to happen. Like when I fat-fingered my Hunter Pot, and I no longer had the energy to pull out the mobile VLS. Because I think I remembered that I said that I was going to explain what the gadgets were on one of these play sessions, but I never did. Because usually when we're doing Lone Wolf, there's rarely ever an opportunity where I need to pull out the mobile VLS. Whereas in teams, you definitely do need to pull it out, because if we did not know how to use our gadgets, we would definitely die in these situations.
Exactly, and I'm sorry, I get what you were trying to do. It was just more so that when you had like when you were like going like really quickly rapid about it, it takes like some people like off guard, where it's like, okay, hold on, whoa. And I had to explain that the tutorial didn't really like explain the gadgets side. You explained them a little bit, and I was like, okay. And I didn't really pay attention. Not necessarily that I paid attention to what you said. I never really like had a reason to care, since we were playing solo, and that you don't need like a lone wolf. You didn't really need the whole gadgets thing.
No.
Too much.
You didn't.
So I was like, okay, I'll save for that information for later. Well, later it came, and I didn't really pay attention. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. And I'll take blame that I didn't pay attention. So that's fine. Spend the time.
Yeah, everybody took accountability as they were supposed to. It's not something that comes up inside of solo play very often, because Lone Wolf, if people are using them, well, if there's something that requires them to take time, like a hunter spot, they're probably not going to use that, because they both get a reduced amount of food items from it, but also the other ones are mostly something that can also be taken advantage of by other people. So not only can you use a mobile VLS, your enemy can use the mobile VLS behind you and attempt to jump after you, blase. Plus the gadgets themselves, the ones that would matter probably the most is the recon, as well as the gust of wind to push you to run down the direction that another person's trying to run from you in. Those are probably the most valuable ones in solo, and they're very cost effective. It's 10 and 15 compared to 30 and 50. And most of the ones that they've added to this season, in Season 10, some of them require coordination, as well as the actual Moongate device requiring you to put a lot of time into actually figuring out how you're going to have one member go from one place to another. 1 second, I have a phone call.
Yeah.
Hello? Alright then. I hate when that happens. Anyways.
That's right, guys. This
that
is Face Clicker.
person, it was either a wrong number or a person calling me for something that didn't answer and then immediately hung up. Regardless, in situations like that, very rarely are people willing to go behind themselves and say, listen, bro, here's what was happening, here's what I was trying to explain, I apologize for this, blase, and then being able to move forward. more often than not, people will say that shit, and then they'll say, well, bro, that's just how I am. That's how I lead. And it makes you very resistant, if not outright unwilling to play certain video games. If not with certain people, but with certain kind of mentalities of people. Because it becomes more aggressive towards how one ought to play a video game versus how they can actually socialize with this person when they're always being like that.
Yeah. This is just me personal. I think everyone can agree. Like, just yelling and barking orders as if you're some drill sergeant is not how you should treat people, just in general.
Yeah. My experience.
There's one thing I'm saying, like, back, or whatever, but it's like the way that you would say it. So this is like something that, growing up, I got really annoyed with my brother. So he learned the word, excuse me. So I would be, trying to find something in the pantry or whatever, and I might be in the way. And he would go, excuse me, like in the most, like, annoying way that, like, fucking Karen would say it, right?
Fucking Poindexter.
And he would say it like that, and I would be like, okay, well, I'm not gonna fucking move because the way that you said it. And I've been told growing up that the tone matters, that saying sorry doesn't actually mean it if your tone is like, oh, I'm sorry, or I'm sorry, you know, like how the tone like changes and how it would, you know. So he learned that, and then I'm the bad guy for not moving out of the way when he's just being an asshole for the sake of it, until the point where I'm like, well, say it nicer, because then people are definitely gonna want to actually like abide by that. And I would literally just open it up the moment right then and there, not the, oh, I've been there for hours, minutes, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if my brother had said, hey, can I get by you, I would have been okay, sure. But no, he just was such an asshole about it. But I'm the asshole for not wanting to abide by that because, oh, look, you're in the way, get out of the way. It's like, no, fuck off, Mom. Like, no.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter whoever does it.
Not that I hate my mom
Yeah,
or
not
anything.
that, not that you're a school shit or anything.
God, no. Jesus. It's more so that it's just like, its tone matters a lot. I don't think anyone here wants to be treated like that. And I'm not saying that you were intentionally trying to treat us like that, Carl.
Uh-huh.
But just in general, it's like, when you're being, that's why, like, with multiplayer games, especially in MOBAs, it's like, obviously text is hard to figure that out, but if there's an open chat and they're like being like dickish to you the whole time, it's like, yeah, I don't want to listen to them because they're being an asshole. This is a fucking video game, get over it, you know?
Mm-hmm. It would be infinitely easier if they did the thing that was being asked for, rather than trying to be antagonistic if the person asked for it simply. So if I asked a person in Deadlocked, as I did multiple times on those broadcasts, and will continue in the future, say, why is it that we're leaving our left side open? And there's a bunch of people saying, why don't you go defend it? And I have to ping my order and say, sir, I'm your jungler. I am jungling. I'm literally on my way to go do it right now. I would like to know why you and the other person who's closer seemingly doesn't care that they're pushing down your lane that you were assigned to at the beginning of the game. It then gets into the brouhaha back and forth of, well, this is what we're doing here, and then, you know, everybody else will be able to cover and do their own and pull their own weight. And it's like, no, there's no reason for why you're letting them push down our base, seemingly with no ability to take responsibility for the fact that we have lost structures because you let it happen. Why don't you just not let it happen? I'm not even angry. I'm baffled. I am so baffled by this decision that you've made. Why don't you just not let it happen? Too hard. Too hard. Massively unfun. Too hard. Because then when you take accountability and say, actually, no, I could have played better, then it really exposes half the reason why these people will complain about most of the things they do, which is that they're upset about Smurfs. Because hell, in every video game there is always an explanation. There's always an explanation about how people hate that Smurfs can ruin other people's learning and ruin other people's fun. The reality is that in all those situations, a Smurf will expose your mistakes. It will recognize the skill gap, and they will expose your mistakes and take advantage of you, where if you just play better, it doesn't happen to you. And the goal in most of these things, let's see here, where do we want to go? Based on the people we have here, let's go to Slay the Spire, Force and Hands. Slay the Spire 2 to be exact. When you put these people in these situations, so some of the basic situations of, say, a starting run. If we were to do a lone wolf run where I unrestricted myself from my day 3 limitation, and I just started beating the shit out of all of you the moment you came across my screen, regardless of whatever character I picked, the consequence there is, how is it that Carl can immediately get his items online and begin dicking me in my ass? The answer would obviously be, well, the only way that he's dicking me in my ass is because I've allowed him to. I allowed him to dick me in the ass. I allowed myself to get butt fucked. I allowed myself to get killed. And I was too slow. And because I was too slow, that's why I lost. It makes a lot more sense than necessarily complaining the other way around. Because the actual buy-in idea is there a correct way to play Eternal Return? Yes. What is the correct way to play Eternal Return? The correct way to play Eternal Return is to immediately get your items online day 1 and begin trying to establish domination over a quadrant that will have a special item spawning. And then challenge and defeat all the other teams based on the loadout that you chose to take as a team with your characters. Whether you have a front to back team, or you have an all melee team, or you have a 2 mage, 1 frontline engage team, you use the tools that you have available to be able to become strong enough to become the last team standing. And if not, survive long enough that you can at least escape and end up in the top 5 and receive points and value for having escaped while completing whatever missions are available for that day that they assign you for earning experience and A coins, and then buy more characters until you unlock all characters. Does anybody else own Slay the Spire 2?
I do not.
Unfortunately, I'm broke right now. I get paid Friday.
That's fine.
But
I don't really know much about it.
don't worry. If you played the game, you'd learn about Slay the Spire 2 too.
It's actually, weirdly enough, it's a game that is very self-explanatory, but also, like, it's up to the player itself to figure out, like, how card interactions work and stuff. If you played games like Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, anything like that, if you played Balatro, you can kind of get a Hearthstone, that's another one. You can kind of get an idea of, like, okay, so this is actually how the game's played.
Or it's been a while since I played Magic and such, but I think I got the idea.
Mm-hmm. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard.
It's not hard. It's just one of those, again, reading your cards, explain the cards, and then it's up to the player to figure it out. What makes this game different from other games is you get trinkets, which can affect the way how you would play your run. So, like, there's one where it's like you gain +1 attack every 3 skills or attacks you play. So then you want to maximize. So if you want to use that trinket or item or whatever, I forgot, to its fullest extent, all you have to do is quite literally just focus on attacking, maximizing that so you can gain more advantage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like you just gotta read things, and then reading them will influence your own.
Yeah. Like right now we're about to do a daily run, so there's modifiers attached to this run that's going to affect the way that he and I make decisions about our cards. Figuring out, learning how to use those cards and planning a build around them, that itself is a part of the experience. And it's one of the things that can lead to a really good experience when you know how to properly play set cards intelligently. But the ideal here is, with a basic run, there is a basic breakpoint line that you have to expect to hit. And with that breakpoint, it is also the expectation that when you are investing into those things, you are also thinking intelligently about how you want those things to work out for you and how those things build up onto everything else as well. So, figuring out how you want to do that and being smart about it is half the goal of the game. Everything else from there is a question of how much you value your particular playstyle and the playstyle being offered to you, which that's pretty much every card game in existence. And then being inventive as you do so. It can be a lot more difficult depending on how your decisions get made. Certainly, especially with the fact that they now give us the ability to properly draw on the map, we can make better decisions, which can then lead to better outcomes. But in general, I think it's mostly up to intelligent design and intuition. A lot more intelligent design and intuition than most things. That's at least my viewpoint on it, because the alternative in most people's cases is that you are basically stuck trying to figure out how much value you can actually get out of everything, and you are mostly trying to think very wisely about how you make those decisions. It's pretty silly when you really think about it, because ironically enough, the word solipsistic is going to get a workout today. The navel gazing of looking at the map and being like, what do I do? Where do I go? How do I best take advantage of the choices that I can make? Is half of the design of most of these video games. The game within the game has to be understood. Once you understand the game within the game, everything else becomes simple. If you obsess over things that don't matter, you're going to miss the entry into the game within a game. It's like trying to learn a new language. Once you understand the new language, everything else is just, you no longer speak Greek.
Oh, okay.
So, like, the path I have set, like, I ask, like, if he's streaming it, basically we go left, but left middle, go all the way through, hitting, so in this daily challenge, we had deadly events, meaning we get potentially elites or treasure rooms, meaning we can get more trinkets, or items, or whatever you want to call them, potentially, and that this event, or this, what's it called? Deck, playstyle, I don't know how else to say it. This event basically influences us to hit more of the unknown events, unknown rooms, more than often than just doing your standard, okay, you got to take a couple of fights from enemies and then make sure you hit rests, which, yeah, you better always want to do that. Maybe take on an elite or two, but because this one's guaranteed that there will be more stuff from it, it's that higher risk we're taking.
I think your path's correct.
Which, yeah, that might be a good idea. So with the cards that I got, which he's dead, I got a Crescent Spear, which basically has essentially infinite scaling depending on how I play it.
He has the ability to have a card set that will allow him to deck out most enemies with damage before they have the chance to retaliate. But he needs to pull the card before he gets the ability to use the card.
Yes.
it doubled our card pool with Sealed Deck and Hoarder, but we can't remove cards from our deck. So, more than likely, he'll have to take some type of line as we go from Act 1 to Act 2 to transform part of his deck into a transformation deck. And I'm going to have to figure out how to pull more souls, while I occasionally stack up these scythes that are in my inventory to permanently increase their damage by 3, so that these scythes start hitting for 70 by the time we get to Act 3. And then in between, I can use Haunt to use the souls that are part of the Necro Binder's deck to infinitely fuck them up, as it were. Damn it!
Alright.
You literally did so much damage I didn't actually get to do anything.
Well, so Crescent Spear is one of the cards. It's a 1 mana, 1 star, which is part of my character's mechanic. Where it does 6 damage, but it deals additional 2 damage for every card that costs a star. And because of that, I can kill this guy.
The more star cards he
This
adds,
was-
the harder damage becomes.
Yeah. Whatever. My God. At least I'm guaranteed a couple of things. Well. Damn it. Okay, that's fine. If only we could be able to deal 4 damage, we would have won that. Oh, well.
This is mostly trying to cycle.
Yeah, I didn't get any cycle cards, so I am gonna skip.
I unfortunately am, and I'm going to have to take fucking damage here. Actually, no. Do I have to? Well, the Fresnel lens is strong. I'm saying that I think that I can generate enough block that I can take the 13 max HP hit.
You could also, Oh, well, speaking of... I'm gonna do it once, so...
There you go. So this ends up being a net positive. You can either mend.
Yeah.
You can either mend or smith.
Mending / healing, there is basically healing. I'm thinking of going in the middle.
Okay.
For this. So mending can upgrade a card, and it can upgrade it in some quality, cost, increase its damage, increase the amount of block, add a keyword to it that can influence the way how the game or the card works, sort of stuff like that. Honestly, I think you take that, I take this.
Okay. That's what I was thinking.
Because I'm pretty...
Yeah, I have enough.
Yeah, because
I have enough invokes in my deck that I shouldn't need energy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I only had enough to buy the potion. That's fine.
I think I only want potions. None of these are
Oh
parts.
no, I'm talking about the potion belt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to
Because
take
the potions weren't great. But
The only thing I thought was
Stack
smart
up.
was the potions.
Okay. I'm dead.
7 skill
Ooh.
work.
Let me take resonance. More resonance, please.
Do you think we're safe enough to be able to take that elite?
Uh.
I think we are. Because I have enough Doom that I can stack them out.
Alright, and then. There we go. Okay. Oh, I didn't see that one. Yeah, I'd say we can take on that other elite. Yeah, no.
Oh, goody.
Oh, that did nothing. Okay, whatever. Nah, it don't matter.
He's dead from soul drain.
Indeed.
That man is taking 18 damage every time I pull a soul.
Nice.
There's a lot of capture souls in here. A lot of capture souls in here. It's just a question of getting all of the zero cost upgrades down to zero cost. And probably upgrading all of the invokes.
Okay. Okay.
Almost online.
Okay.
And it's very nice.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. Oblivion, 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 Oblivion. Yes, I think Oblivion will be fine.
So, the character Carl is playing, there's 3 ways to play it. There's the souls mechanic, which are a 0 cost card, colorless status card that he gets, where where he will draw cards, and then when he draws cards, it will increase. I don't like that. Will increase his chances to cycle through things. He has a mechanic called the Doom. Where the Doom will stack up, and if it hits the same amount of HP that the enemy has, after their action is made, they just instantly die. Also, that side is like literally the same. They just swap the places of 2 encounters.
Mm-hmm.
The right side is also just as bad. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's really bad. The only thing it has redeeming is fires.
Yeah, but even then, I would still take left. Okay. I'm fine with whatever because both sides like. Let's just go that one because at least we get guaranteed encounters. Mm-hmm. And then he has a little dude named Osti, which is a joke on osteoporosis. It's like a little dude that has its own damage and stuff. It was like really strong for. Oh, look. Can I do this? Yes. Okay. I just wanted to try to get him up and out of that. He's dead. Damn.
I think I have a good balance of cards right now. I can't add anything that's not extreme.
Mm-hmm. It's good to have AoE.
Yeah, it feels great.
Speaking of,
Doesn't
I
it?
just got more. Yeah, speaking of, I just got more. Ah, so this is one of the elite encounters.
The one that I hate with burning passion.
Wait, hold on. There you go. Now I'll do a lot more. Yeah, this fight's annoying.
I'm taking damage here because I chose to throw out a scythe rather than just blocking. That was silly of me. But I want these cards ramped as quickly as possible. Then again, we both probably took the Ouroboros touch, so I didn't really take anything but 1 damage there.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I could do.
The soul ramping is about to occur.
Nice. So unfortunately, that's all I can do. I'm gonna take a lot. It's fine. Unless you could somehow...
Unfortunately, I didn't pull a defy.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
All the additional shit was there on the back end. Ooh, Royal Stamp. I love Royal Stamp. What card would I like to have be innate and retain? I would like that card to be... Honestly, I probably think it just wanted to be one of these Oblivions. Yeah, I think I just wanted to be one of the Oblivions. I have to start. I have to start the pull cycle somehow, and getting access to putting Oblivion directly on a target is important. But I also think it probably has to be a block guard, so it's probably going to be one of my Grave Wardens.
Whatever I think would be a good idea. Oh, here. Pretty sure I can... If you want to show it on stream, my perspective. I don't know how that worked last time.
When I did that, I was flicking between my recording screen and the switch overlay.
Oh.
It requires me to use the main screen, but that's completely fine. Technically,
I know last time you got it working.
yeah, that was me flicking back and forth between the two. I have yet to work out a fashion that works for the other one, but it can be more or less fine. Ooh, that's a nice pull.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw the luck potion. Or not the, well, it looks like a clover. Okay.
Because if I actually click on your name, I can see your relics potions and your deck. It just doesn't play out the same way where we're looking at each other's hands the same way.
Mm. Uh, and I got. Oh, okay.
Where the fuck is? Sure. This guy.
I hate this guy. Uh, okay.
And let the ramping begin. We.
I'm taking spears.
Putrefy, and Feebling Touch. We are. Oh, it doesn't show us what else we're going to. We are going towards the worm. The worm doesn't have many multi attacks.
It has like one, but yeah. But it's like not many multi attacks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care which one. Or
I think you will get more use out of the heal and shops. I shouldn't be taking damage.
yeah.
Upgrading Page Storm.
Oh.
And Scythe.
Yay.
Another Defy opportunity, pull from below. Deal 5 damage for each ethereal card that's been played this combat. These ethereals are blocks. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. 6. 6 Lycode cards. That could be damage.
Oh, okay.
It's nothing but block cards.
Oh, it's dead. I was like, wait a minute.
Couple more severances. Most of my damage is coming from pulling souls. I need to check the oven. So I will do this. And these. And these.
Yeah.
Never mind, it's already fucking dead! Shit!
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I need to retain a reap? No, the fuck I do not. I don't need a wisp beaver. You again?!
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna unload. I don't care if it's gonna make me draw shitloads of days. Don't care.
More accurate region. Okay. You. Put this all in my hand. Then this. And this. And where's that? I don't think I'm gonna get a chance to pull it because you're probably going to kill him before I do. I'm either going to deck him out with souls or you're going to end up killing him. I'm going to end up killing him.
Oh no, he's. Yeah, it's fine. I know I didn't have any like damage. I had a shitload of block. That's it. God. He's already dead. Oh, sweet. 2 of my cards got upgraded.
Oh joy. No escape. However, this kind of deck might be bad into this enemy, so let's hope we can kill him quickly.
Yeah. I mean, I have a ton of potions that can like make our like day really good. So
I would suggest dropping all of them. All I got is Lucky Tonic and Explosive Ampule.
Okay. Vulnerable and weak. I'm backing up at least one. I'll take the damage.
I have yet to pull a sand pit. Now I have one. No escape. No escape again.
Does he take twice the amount of damage? Oh no, this is just okay, so for 2 turns. And shit.
He's dead.
See, I'm dead, but that's fine.
Yeah. Well, I was always curious about how that worked. And it works exactly the way that it looks like. Apparently, it's you die on the turn upon which you have 1 to 0, but you will kill him on his return up. So as long as we both didn't die at the same time, and he dooms out, then it's completely kosher.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Secret.
I've already played Lost you. Ooh. Oh, Apotheosis. I kind of want to take it.
I would.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it.
And I
It has
just
3 copies.
got a signet ring, so I want to cash out immediately on that merchant.
Mm-hmm.
I refuse to let these little bastards take any of my precious maximum HP.
Yeah, you don't have a lot.
Yeah, this shit. Venerable tea set. Okay.
I kind of wanted to go full, like, left.
Okay.
Because there's a lot more opportunities. Also, I think I figured out Make It So the card is in reference to
Guard.
it's a card called Make It So. I think it's a reference to Fate Grand Order. Or not Fate Grand Order, but like the Fate series. Oh, it's because it reminds me a lot of Gilgamesh's Noble Phantasm.
Okay. Alright. At the start of each combat, Funerary Mask. Vajra doesn't really matter. Bread. Get. Spend. Lose 1 energy. Gain 1 on. Lose 2 energy, gain 1 on others. I can afford to risk that. Power Potion here. Beacon of Hope is just going to give you more block in general. So another shot.
I had Panic. Mine had Panic button. And I'm like, I took the other colorless card. Mayhem.
Yeah. I just hope some of these question marks turn into shops because I still have more money to spend.
Right. Actually, hold on. Yeah, 3. Petrified Toad is really good if you can get a the one relic that increases your attack damage. I got only attacks that one, but increases your attack damage if you Use a potion. I don't know why I'm like blinking.
Not usually a card that you or a potion that usually comes up very often, but when it does, it's great.
Mm-hmm.
I could have played the scythe there, but it wasn't smart if I wanted to retain life.
Yeah.
Upgraded page storms. All of the invoke pool. How many skills do you have?
A lot.
How often do you pull them?
A lot.
Okay, I'll go prayer will.
I don't have a need for, you want to hit that elite?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a need for smithing since I have, apotheosis. Oh, it's these dudes. Ew.
Many levels of annoying and disgusting. Not taking out my cards. We...
Yeah.
I feel like I kind of want to use this fire.
Okay.
Not committed to it, I'm just feeling like I need it. No, I think we're fine. Let's go the other way.
Okay.
Just chipping away at his artifact. And then Osteobox part. $124 block. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
How much of that is myself and how much of that is you?
I don't know. It's just a lot. That's all I know. Yay! Ah, damn it. Okay, whatever.
What happened?
I didn't want to take the thing because then I would get forge cards. That's fine. It's one of his relics.
Ah, okay. This motherfucker again. I somehow pulled all of my draw cards in this one.
Jesus.
That's why I said From the Grave is going to be a lot of damage in the future.
Yeah.
If there's one wording that I love is the wording of card played this combat.
Yeah.
Damn. Another opportunity to use the scythe. Stolen. That's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine. So maybe like a difference of... I don't even fucking know. There are no strikes in our deck. Whoever has to take the strike dummy.
I'll take it.
It's just
My
like...
problem is if I rest,
You get potions.
yeah, like I get potions, but I need like the slots. Because I have the petrified toad.
Touch of Insanity. That's going to be important for this opening hand. How did I start this hand with not having my energy sapped? Weird. I'm supposed to only start with one.
I didn't even realize. Oh my god, it's already 33 HP.
Well, that makes this play easy.
Oh. Okay, I have to play like every card in my hand, or I play that.
Every card in your hand to block? No, we got 2 charges of Block of Hope. you get half as much of my block twice, which should actually just mean that you get the full effect of my block in hand.
Yeah, but no, I was talking about, like, I had a void form.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I have to play all my cards first before I play void form.
And there's the third Beacon of Hope. Lore accurate Regent.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now, the downside is I can't play this Severance because I need to hit a target to play these particular cards.
Here. There's a There's that.
Well, that'll help.
Yeah. Oh. So I only drew attacks. On his intangibility face. Honestly, I kind of liked the... Oh, okay. So, Void Form, or Mayhem played a Void Form for me.
Nice.
No, not nice, because then I couldn't play any card I had in my hand.
Well, look at it like this. I'm supplying you the block so that it didn't matter.
True. I'm gonna go again on that. I know it has intangible. I had to play everything.
Just one of them situations we had to cycle.
Yeah. However, that's a lot of damage.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not... Actually, no, yes, I am done. The hell with you!
Jesus. How much damage do you do to the architect?
I did 1298.
Oh. I think that was the combined total for both of us. 'Cause I got the same.
Okay.
Yay, I got an epoch.
The Giant. Today marks a fantastic discovery. The Giant has agreed to guide to the top of the spire to meet his brother. Because his brother has a solution to stop the monster from pouring out of the spire. This would be the greatest accomplishment of our time.
I love Heavenly Drill.
Sacrifice, calcify, afterlife. I like Heavenly Drill when it combines with that one thing that says when you deal damage to enemies on your turn, make them lose strength. Because it acts as a form of, you don't do damage right now.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the artwork. That's a Gurren Lagann reference.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's 100% Gurren Lagann.
It's the same thing with One for All in the Defects class.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I figured out so there's a certain event for the 3 original classes where it's pick a card or get a random card from the past. So outmaneuver, gain +2 energy next turn. The wield, clash, rebound, barricade, all that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It means that these cards weren't originally being put back into the game. They were gonna get rid of them, but they decided to keep them as like a special event because it goes against what they want to do with the new classes, or like the new identity for the classes.
Yeah, leave them in as opportunity costs where you can choose to play old builds if you wish. Kind of similar to what some card games do, where they will give you a event that is very similar to what Slay Spire 1 had, the Lost and Found box. Have an opportunity to go through your run's history in the instance of the event and get to pick up a card and a relic choice that you had that you could have made then that you did not make. Vault of the Void has this as an event that is kind of like substandard, because in their version, you're not only imbuing these cards with what in here they now have in this edition as those side imbues like Nimble and Sharp and Bloodlust, but it's kind of similar to the gym effects of Roguebook, because their system requires you to add extra shit on top of shit, and there's even special events that give you like Queen card versions that are basically shoutouts to chess pieces, and those chess pieces have amazing skill effects you can put on top of them, as well as sin cards that can augment your build style based around whether or not you take a particular sin archetype on them or not. But the idea of playing around alternate choices that you could have made in a run based on an archetype that is normally forbidden or is hard to put together without those special parts, it's kind of necessary. It's something that's actually been worked into the card list here. So I'm looking at Banshee's Cry. This is probably the 4th card in the game that has a feature effect that says it costs less energy for each card played in combat, because played in combat is just really strong and did not exist in Slay the Spire 1. They did not have effects that existed off of played in combat as you keep drawing through your deck. The only cards that functioned that way was that they stacked the more that you played them. So Rampage comes to mind, because technically it's not worded as in combat, it's worded as every time you play it, it upgrades the damage by 5 to 9 up based on the upgrade. But that is a played in combat card. But creating a card effect where you could have a minimum of block and a minimum of attack cards. Usually the consequence for playing such a safe build is that you don't usually have enough damage to survive until you get chipped out. But in the card library of the Ironclad, one of the cards that I have encountered recently, in a run that actually won me my opportunity, I can actually just go in my run history, can't I? That's much simpler, Carl. Yes, it is. In a particular run opportunity that I was actually provided, alongside a mad scientist giving me pull a random card, acts as 0 cost in that turn in that run, I discovered the joy of running Stampede alongside 3 copies of Terra Sunder. Deal 5 damage at an additional time for each time you've lost HP in this combat. And it was effectively a deck that could not stop bleeding itself, but that was a part of the build. Howl for Beyond was added in for flavor. Stampede was to play the cards that were necessary. I was given a card I didn't want against my will. I don't remember which one it was. But I had multiple copies of Shrug It Off, as well as Armaments and True Grit, alongside Infernal Blade, Bloodwall, Headbutt, Bash, Battle Trances, Offerings, and Feed, which gave me enough HP to make the build work. But basically, Crimson Mantle, Evil Eye, Rage, Armaments, Inferno was the real baseline. If Rupture wasn't a skill that existed, I think a great way to change it, where instead of making you have to stack around strength, would be this alternative choice of damage you've done in combat based on HP loss. Just for the Ironclad. Every other class has their own special flavor. But the sheer amount of damage that you output when there's 2 Terra Sunders in your hand, and you already have a Crimson Mantle hitting you once every turn, you've got Inferno giving you AoE to hit once every turn for 6 to 9 damage, but I never upgraded the Inferno because I just wanted the HP cost. Alongside that, the Blood Wall losing 2 HP every turn I never really studied whether or not it was based on if I lost damage every turn, or if I lost a certain amount of HP every turn. But I think it was the case that it was, like, every other turn so far. The bosses themselves corresponding to when I picked up whichever particular upgrade in the kit, which there was an early battle trance, and apparently I picked up Crimson Mantle at a boss somewhere. I was just ripping through the enemy until I got 2 different feeds. I connected the feed plus, or rather no, this was a normal feed. I connected the feed to the corrupted gem that gave it Bloodlust to cause HP loss, and somewhere along the way, this was hitting 15 times a turn.
That's good.
Like, even...
Really good.
Yeah, with Shrike in hand and an early Nunchuck on the first floor, and then a, whatchamacallit, the flame. No, not the flame, the soup. Taking Tesra Carter's Ember with nutritious soup to enchant all strikes to be free meant that I was cycling enough energy that I could get my cards off. That, and with a Whispering Earring in the last, inside of Glory, meant that I was just surfing through the enemy very quickly. I chose to take Pollutinous Core to draw more cards every 4 turns, which meant I had the ability to draw the cards and then play it with the energy. I had additional damage from Miniature Cannon. Vexing Puzzle Box was adding a random card to my hand to cost 0, which if it ever was a attack was great. A Bronze Scale alongside a White Star. I was just pulling a lot of cards. And I think I like the archetype of them making per combat because it allows for a different way to look at decks. I think that the idea of the traditional infinite deck, like I know some of the people that were starting to play the game originally were like grave bind looping, very similar to the old loop that you could make with Eternal Body Slam. That was a whole thing that I felt was like really fucking stupid. Pull a Flash of Steel, get a version of block that gives you enough that you can just keep cycling it, and then keep cycling the block and the strike into the hand until you could just basically body slam infinitely forever because of spinning top, and then eventually you just keep pulling forward until nothing happens. That kind of archetype is boring. I don't know, I might be a crazy person. I think playing guaranteed broken infinites are stupid. I think creating an infinite through the first 3 turns of a hand is actually more engaging, especially if it's based on turns in combat. Cards that give me lots of damage or lots of block is not as important as something that gives me something turn by turn. It's what makes the Ironclad feel poor when it has bad cards, and makes the Silent feel great when it has at least just one form of its form of Entrench, the Dash skill. Having access to Dash, or what the card is actually called. Is it Roll and Tumble? I know one of them is Tumble. Dash and Predator, but that's attack damage. The card I'm thinking of is Dodge and Roll and another one. Not Leg Sweep. Not Footwork. Best Well-Laid Plans helps get the card to function, but it's not the card I'm thinking of. Adrenaline is not the card that I'm thinking of. It is the image of a foot, and you dashing away with the foot. Where is it? Not backflips, not acrobatics, not prepared, not deflect. Am I crazy? I know it exists, because it allows you to retain your block to the next turn. Carl might be blind. Carl is blind, Cat. It's called Blur. Things like Blur. Allowing your block to not be removed to the start of your turn, and then dodge and roll, stacking your dodge alongside various forms of dexterity. That kind of playstyle of shuffling the deck constantly to get to your effects is something that is the closest to played in combat this turn you get. Because that's what poison is. You play the poison, you deal damage in the combat this turn, the poison will slowly tick down unless you continue stacking it, all the way until the point you either cash out on the enemy and the enemy dies, or in this case, with the case of Doom, where you do that equivalently to the enemy. That form was always okay, but it's not the same as my card is going to have more power the more times I play it, because I chose to play a small deck. Because this is the consequence of having a bigger deck. I mean, shit. Look at what we just did to that guy with our decks. Our big decks. Our super huge, super large, massive, girthy decks. But he didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
That kind of power doesn't really get into the hands of a lot of small decks unless it has a lot of relics. That's the point I'm trying to get across here. Relics plus small deck equals that kind of power. But big deck that's clumsy and doesn't have the ability to activate its power doesn't reach that same level of power. This is obviously big deck with lots of relics, plus intelligent play. But things like Rampage are not enough to really get things going that way. It's what made Dual Wield so strong. Because having your deck filled with nothing in it but attacks, and a form to draw that limited your use of skills, meant that you could play Rage plus maybe one form of draw that was skill-based, like Shrug It Off. And with a Flash of Steel, you just fucking Dual Wield clash their face off. Nothing they can do about it. That's extremely boring to me. This is much more fun. I have to think between my choices and my turns. I don't know how you feel about it.
I mean, finding the deck to finding the deck synergy and archetype that would work based on what you find in your run is always just gonna be a satisfying outcome. Which that's like where that one daily where I cloned Big Bang.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, that shit was fun, but
yeah, it's super fun, but you're not gonna get to do that every single fucking game.
oh, only in daily.
It's kind of like that run where I discovered what happens when you attach that one card to End of Days. Where's that run? Where is it? Back. This one. I found the imbued card, which automatically started the card at the beginning of the turn, and it was already an upgraded End of Days Plus. So 37 times 2 across the entire pack meant that if they don't have more than 70 health, or rather 74. 74? Yes, 74. If they don't have more than 74 health per unit, then they automatically die and I automatically win. That made the fucking Necrobinder so straightforward that it's like, well, I just walk in the room and it's done. I walked in the room and the elite was already dead. I walked in the room and the elite was already dead. In fact, I think I can see it based on the turns if I actually scope around it. When did I first pick up End of Days? I picked up End of Days here on this floor, and then as I kept going, somewhere in here I picked up the Jewel. Where did I pick it up?
I mean, it was kind of also like
Hive. That's what I did.
When I found 3 body slams and had this sturdy clamp, that run.
Yes.
Like, just finding it, getting Flame Barrier, and other block cards.
Mm-hmm.
Just, it made everything so much more, oddly enough to say, easy. Wait, what's... Oh, yeah. And getting armaments to make all of my other block cards better.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kept on cycling that.
Yeah. So I'm looking at them here. I can see the turns in which it happened because it's the turns where it's one turn and enemy 0 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to do all that, 0 damage on first fight of third floor in Glory, 0 here, 5 turns, only 5 damage here, 13 damage here, but it was because it was bot buddies. Fucking hate bot buddies. 23 damage here, but it was 3 turns of the Soul Nexus because there was that much damage. Healed for 15 because I got another card with the effect of Book of 5 Rings. Then went into the shop with money, healed here, and the Queen died that much faster because there was that much more damage on the 2 of them walking in that room. Like, these kinds of runs that are made off of things like that is a lot more exciting than a boring, pre-made, from the beginning, guaranteed infinite. Which I think is mostly what happens in most of these games. I know that's what most people stop playing Clover Pit. When they figured out that there was a way to guaranteed win the run by figuring out which starter symbol you were going to farm until you got the ability to start pulling tickets, farming money, and then farming the tokens to consistently keep swapping back and forth between them to mandatorily access either the version of the bad run you were trying to run or the version of the good run you were trying to run. It completely removed the fun from the game because you were optimizing everything to the point where there was no fun. This is less about optimizing because you can, and more about optimizing because this is all you got.
Mm-hmm.
So we've found the fun, as we were describing the last time we had this discussion, and it certainly is more fun in multiplayer because there's actually a lot more cards being put into play that changes how you think about the run straightforward. I've seen some clips of somebody where it's like, if I get doubled knockdown in a party of 4 people, we're going to be able to do 2,000 plus damage. And the guy's like, with the double knockdown, do you need Vuln? And the guy's playing Regent saying, you think I need Vuln? And swings for 3,000.
Yep. Which is kind of annoying. Anytime I fucking did that daily, by the way, I did that 2 more additional times. I did not find this single crescent spear. So I could not clone it.
Such.
Now, certainly the daily runs are potentially there in terms of like an actual legitimate thing. Just it's not common, and that's the idea.
Yeah. I think the common rate is more important than anything else. Because ironically enough, those glory runs where we're being offered an upgraded starter is a lot more common than you think. I at least now have 2 more to find. Because I already had the Phylactery, already had Divine Destiny, and Black Blood. And outside of the common relics, it's like 2 or 3 of them are missing, and the ones that remain to be missing or not unlocked are from the rare category, the shop category, and the ancients category. I don't know if that's because they haven't implemented them yet, or we haven't been lucky enough to find them. I feel like it's a little bit between both. Certainly, I haven't gotten Darv very often. I haven't gotten Vaku very often. I get tanks more than anything. Nunu Peep, I don't see very often, but when I do, it's almost always the same 3 options. She loves throwing me Fur Coat, she loves throwing me Beautiful Bracelet, and she loves throwing me Signet Ring and Blooming Fruit. Textacarta, sometimes Textacarta has Golden Compass, sometimes she doesn't. If she doesn't, she usually has Pumpkin Candle and Nutritious Soup, and very rarely, only once I think, has offered me Brightest Flame. Otherwise, it's been very Hot Cocoa or Yummy Cookie. Pale just doesn't seem to offer me anything other than Pale's Blood, Pale's Flesh, and either Pale's Wing and Pale's Tears, but that's okay. Ouroboros has offered us, like, Archaic Tooth, Radiant Pearl, Touch of Ouroboros, and Electric Shrimp for the particular upgrade for that run, and I think there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of Meow that are remaining, and I don't know how often those choices are supposed to be, since she's the start of the fucking run. Maybe you could reset to see if you could find them faster, but I haven't found these ones, and I keep seeing the same ones. Though, mind you, most of Meows are pretty fair. They're not bad.
Here, if you look at my stream, I have most of them already unlocked. I only have 3 left, but I actually know what one of them is, I think.
Yeah.
So this is take 13, remove a strike and a block from your deck.
Yes, I have that one. That's Precarious Shears.
I just don't. I don't take it because 9 times out of 10 I'm playing a character. Like whenever it's offered to me, I'm playing a character that is low health anyway. So I'm like, I don't want to do that. And also, as good as it is to like remove it early on, I could potentially like not find the replacement damage or block from it that I would want. So it's like, great. I don't know about this one. I have never seen this one. which I think this one is an Act 2, Act 3. Is I believe every or at least some of them will have a card will have a like the full art cards like for the characters. Because like the only one I found was this one. Quadcast. And I know that this is another one for the Defect. This one's for the Regent. Silent, which yeah, like I haven't seen all of them. Like this one's another Regent. So that's what I'm wondering. Oh no, not run history. Relics. Here, I don't think I've ever. I think that's the eye. I just never had a point for it because I, and I don't know about this cup thing. I have seen this one of these two. I just haven't found the use. I've never seen the fur coat. Don't know what this one is, and I don't know. And these ones are interesting. This one gives you more block. Tanks. Yeah, tanks. This one is like a mana-based one, but it's like really bad. It's like the one thing I've noticed where it's like, if you haven't found basically what is essentially like your happy flower or the lantern or whatever, you're not really gonna get. You're gonna get a situational increase max mana, like the whispering earrings.
Yeah, I find a lot of the times it is possible to get away with using a 3 energy base, as long as you're able to find a card that will give you access to energy. But pound for pound, for most of the choices, a large hand-sized cash-in doesn't usually get used on everything that isn't the Ironclad. Unfortunately, Ironclad is special because he's a special little boy that Tanks loves, and when Tanks gives him a crossbow when he already has a Expect the Fight, and he's able to start drawing through his energy cards, he just gets to be the little man who could. Because half of the problem with most of the characters is that all of their powerful cards are cards that cost at least 2 or more. And getting the energy to use the 2 costs back to back in a turn means you need to at least have some way of generating an extra 2 energy from somewhere. So if you don't find a Candelabra, then you're kind of getting fucked that way. If you don't have access to any of the additional block on first turn, block on second turn, block on third turn things, which should be Anchor, Horn Cleat, and I forget the other name, your Captain's Wheel, you're basically going to take free damage as you're doing it, and you don't get the ability to fight back unless somewhere in the middle of the run you were able to get access to a card or to an event that granted you additional power in trade for something else. It's actually surprising how much the guaranteed relic from the bosses that are the way that they are actually is, because certainly it's not different than the payout that you actually got from Slay the Sparta 1. But the difference of the boss uniques are not only better, but actually give better direction is, I think, the real breakpoint here. Because the ones that grant energy, you'd think that Pumpkin Candle sucks simply because you're taking something that's going to expire, but that extra energy cost from that base 4 in Act 2 can actually create a lot of situations where you end up picking up energy from the merchant or finding your energy cards because you're getting more chances to go through the higher events that would give you a more higher likelihood of pulling them. And then for everything else, it's like the sacrifice cards. Ironclad's really big about his bloodletting sacrifice. The Gravebinder with Invoke is taking the risk of taking intentional damage in the future with the potential chance that Oski gets stronger. With the better Phylactery, this becomes less of a problem because then you start putting that extra damage bleed over into him because he already starts with 5, and then with 2 every turn, he's actually twice as strong.
Yep. Then 1 and then 1. One of Ouroboros is the one that's next to Touch of Ouroboros. It's Demon Game. You pick I think it's like 1 out of 15 Ironclad cards. But given that the daily that we had there, this is one thing I'm just gonna be honest, where I think when it comes to this unlock screen for the relics, if I've seen them in a run, just let me like be able to look at it, not that that I picked it. Similar to like how the cards are, where I haven't picked 90% of these cards that I have for Silent especially. I have not played with every card with the Silent, but I've seen them in my runs, and they're here. I don't understand why with the relics that I don't get to look at them. I don't know. I think it's weird. At least personally, I just think that's weird. Where did I was gonna mention one of Ironclad's cards is a reference to JoJo's. I think actually 2. I'm looking at it. Just saw it. Why am I? Oh, Unrelenting is a JoJo's reference for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And same with Rash.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's supposed to be Angelo in part 4.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Yo, Angelo. But no, but do you get what I'm saying though, Carl?
Yeah.
Because I've seen these 2 relics before. I just never picked them because like they would be in the shop and I never had a point to grabbing them, or they're too expensive. But like, I know I've seen this one. I know I have seen this one. This is Driftwood. I just never had a reason to take it.
Everlasting.
Still unknown.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
Lasting Candy. Every other combat, your card rewards gain an additional power in Razor Tooth. Every time you play an attack or skill, upgrade it for the remainder of combat. See, alongside the upgrade per combat cards, they also got the upgrade per combat relics.
Yeah. Also, I still haven't been able to upgrade the Sword of Stone.
I feel like it takes a dream run. I feel like it takes a dream run.
It does. Oh, 100% it does.
I need to go.
And weirdly enough, I feel like the daily should like contribute to it.
Yeah, it should. I need to go serve dinner real quick, and then I'll be back. Should take me 5 minutes.
Quick, let's talk shit to him. I'm kidding.
No. Oh yeah, actually, I need to check on the food I left upstairs. Probably put that in the fridge.
Actually, I think my aunt came home.
what did our parents always tell you? A bird that flock together do what? Okay? Because you gonna get labeled with them, but you're not gonna get the same treatment as them. I said, these kids gonna learn. They're gonna really learn. And when did you start having elementary kids at 6 or 7 and middle school kids 10, 12, 13? When you start flipping off and hitting the teachers in criminals? When you start doing that? And then now your parents gonna go to jail, they're gonna pay that fine, and you gonna go to juvenile. When do we start doing that kind of bad? White kids did. But we the black, we didn't do that. It don't make no sense, Nina. It doesn't make any sense. It's uncalled for. My mama said, you bring unnecessary business. Said, you put us on this. You bring unnecessary trouble to your family with that nonsense. Disrespect. And this is what happens. Exactly. And that's what Mama just said. You can't bring everybody down and call them friends.
Okay. All right. Another run. This time let's do standard. Ouch, my neck. Ouch, my neck. I'll have to wait for him to get back. I assume you left the room.
Yeah, I did. I was thinking my aunt came home, but they're actually at a different town. They're gonna hit 5 o'clock traffic, so they're gonna kill some time eating. But yeah, here, let me join you. You know what? Fuck it, random 2. Fuck it. Whatever character I get is whatever character I'll get. I'm fine with whatever.
What a bold man. What a bold man.
Oh, okay. What the fuck? Oh, we start off with lesser health. Okay.
Apparently.
Oh, I got one of the what's it called? Niao's like secret ones. It's called Massive Scroll. Choose one of 3 multiplayer cards. Yeah, so there are multiplayer cards exclusively.
Yeah, I've gotten that one before. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that one yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make us draw 2 more cards. Is either that or I take the nutritious oysters.
I feel like that's more for me. Got a lot of tanking in my future.
I'm fine with whatever playstyle. Arrow playstyle run.
Here comes a great opportunity to display the exact kind of playstyles I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. You really have a lot of attack cards. Until now. There it is. Alright, I guess I'm gonna go with the discard deck.
2 back-to-back negative pulse. Into an upgrade eventually.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to take that, but yeah, but
Whee! And now I need an attack card. Those are not attack cards, game. I
don't.
think the money could be useful, but without a way to draw past this map, this is just a negative. I will.
I am too low health before hitting an elite that I don't want to take it, so I had to take that.
Mhm. Right now, I'm floating in the direction of relying on Asti for damage.
Ooh. My problem that I have is I don't have a way to discard some of the cards that I have.
You only have one form of discard while you're working with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And goes his damage. This is gonna start hurting.
God. I'm dead, so I'm just gonna do as much damage.
Okay. God damn. That was brutal. File for 13 damage around. I think it's drain power.
Okay.
Which one of us is going to benefit more from that ice cream?
Probably you, if anything. Most of the cards I'm gonna be taking, like, are meant to be cheap. The only, like, most expensive card in my deck that I have is a, Lake Sweep. Wait. Oh, yeah. I'm like, hold on, do I actually have enough? And I'm like, yes, I do. I know it was gonna die to Doom, but just to do more damage.
Yeah, there are times where it's easier to just kill it.
Yeah.
Calcify. Lost these attacks deal 4 additional damage. Up to 6 additional damage. Gain damage if Frosty has an attack in this turn. New.
So I found another discard card. Acrobatics. Draw 3, discard 1.
Yes, that's good. Right now, you're basically going to have to help float if you have some poison. Do you just have instantaneous damage? Okay, we can still get through here. You'll just need to keep using your flick flack.
Mm-hmm.
I am upgrading drain power. Yes. And then we look for some power here in this merchant.
Oh, sweet. Okay, that was pretty good.
Blight Strike. Souls. Okay, I need something. Bone Shards is not gonna be it. Gorget? Seeker Strike? I don't think it's Jackpot. Not until I stack my hands. Strike removal. And ceremonial pieces straight up. Plating. And assuming this is a multi-boss, explosive ampule could be fine. Choose 1 of 3 cards in your draw pile to add to your hand by dealing 6 damage. Add something to my draw pile, meaning pull something I need to block with to block power with a 1 cost. My highest cost is pull aggro. That's a form of cycling my damage, because ethereal doesn't exist. Okay. Oh joy, this boss.
Oh, great. You know what? Fuck it.
Yeah, this is definitely a place to throw out the demise.
Yeah. Also to make him weaker. I'll take the 13, but it's fine. Okay, we just have to defend. Oh shit. Nice. Okay, never mind.
Good, good, good.
Okay, that's good actually. Really good. I'm still gonna rest though, because I need that HP.
I agree.
So I got Tingshan or Tingsha. Anytime I would discard it, deals 3 damage. Um, oh, I could have. Okay, oops.
Slowly, constantly pull through the deck to upgrade these cards until we can start getting some fucking real damage. We might die here. One of us is definitely dying in the next 3 turns.
Yeah. Unless we can hit it to 330, we can buy some time.
Whee!
Bought us a little bit of extra time.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm dead, but at least I'll start taking damage over.
Let's see what I can do with that.
Yeah. If you have a block card, just play the block card.
Your play was able to save me 2 energy that I'm now trying to use to pull through these.
I mean, as long as you can get to 35, we basically win. So.
Wee!
Yay!
Neurosurge, please. And now I need souls. I need soul shit. Soul shit immediately, please.
Yeah. Choose a card next 3 copies of the card. Wait. Oh, choose a card. Okay. I guess I might have to go with that.
Gain additional energy at the start of third turn. Remove 5 cards, add 1 back upgraded. Pale's Flesh.
I'm gonna get Pale's Tears.
See, I wish I could take Tails Tears. That would have been better. I think we need
Okay, well. Sorry.
I was going to say, I think we need guaranteed card selections here.
Okay, so. Yeah.
I think we can take 2 and then chance this.
Okay, sure.
We... Thank God that Asti takes damage for me. Afterlife, summon 6 exhaust. Afterlife, summon 9 exhaust. Get a card from your discard pile into your hand. Exhaust, upgrade, pull. All players. Now, how does all players summon 8 actually work?
See, I don't know because the Regent has a card like that where all players forge, so I'm wondering what that means. If you want to take it, we can test it out. Oh, I get one.
Neat.
And so I think whenever you do summons, it goes. Okay. But yours. Okay, I see how that works.
Isn't it me, or did Osty's art get bigger?
Yeah, no, the more health it gets, the bigger it gets.
Oh.
Mm.
Reanimate, summon 27, 25. Retain hand.
Oh, that's a good card. If you could find a way to remove its exhaust, it's upgraded, increases it to 30, so it's summon 30, and then again, if you could find a way to remove its exhaust through an event or something.
Mm-hmm.
Broken.
She said, I want a guy. She said, but we ain't got to live in the same house. We can be married. She said, he could get a house next door, a house around the corner. She said, because I don't, after I pay
Ooh, end of days. Carl, look at your card so you can actually see your options. Kappa? Oh, look. Making out like a bandit here. Let's take the all damage, please.
Same. Unfortunately, I have to heal again. Sorry that our... Well, no, this is kind of like basically a redo of
the immediate energy of, oh man, this is gonna be actually okay, and then this fucking bitch.
Yeah. I have 2 block questions, so it's not that bad. Does that card exhaust when it says summon all?
Yes.
Okay, I was just like wondering because I'm like, I'm gonna throw my block. Fuck it. I don't even care. I'm adding a shitload of dazes to my deck.
Goofers. And I don't have anything but dazes here. I need draw power. More draw power.
Yeah. I drew dazes.
He's dead.
Thank God, okay. Oh, sweet, a pair.
So we get the cat. Well, I get a cash out. I think I should take potion belt.
Okay. By the way, if 2 players try to take the same thing, they rock, paper, scissors it, and it's AI.
I'm out. That's funny.
Mm-hmm. Because I was like wondering. Oh, and then whatever's left over you get. I want to hit the shop because I have all this gold now.
I agree. Oh, it gave you the gold as well.
Yeah, because I was the one with the map.
Oh, okay, so we both took the map.
Hmm. Okay. Fuck it.
Put every rare card from your draw pile into your hand. Exhaust. Anointed is certainly an effect, but I don't think it's an effect I need right now. Copy of Undeath to block. A copy of Time's Up would be good. Yeah, a copy of Time's Up is good. Another strike.
I think this time I can actually get away with upgrading a card. Where's my prep?
Capture Spirit upgrade will boost 3 to 4 souls. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Pretty, pretty, pretty Ricky. Oh, oh, pretty, pretty, pretty Ricky. It's 5 in the morning. Okay. Infinite Shiv? No, Blade Dance.
Just the Blade Dance, yeah.
Okay, we've got something here. We have to do it in a normal... Okay, that will definitely help. Got to do it in a normal amount of time, but we need a stack of the Dooms so that I can use Time's Up to cash them out.
Okay.
It's basically dependent on the fact that I have 2 copies of Neurosurge. 6 Doom adds up very quickly.
Yes.
Okay, that's enough to kill.
Alright.
I had to think about it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't show you how much Doom you have on you, it just shows you that you have Doom. Hello, right-hand hand. There is nothing to upgrade. It is just resting and then dropping everything. That can help.
Yeah.
Okay, both countdowns out immediately.
I didn't draw any attack cards. I drew all defends.
Hmm. Oh, there is no upgraded version of Frantic Escape. Okay. There's my first cat. Oh, that's my big cash out. There we go. Hey! Yes.
End turn.
Oh, I'm stupid.
Yeah, I was like, hold on. I'm like, I'm out of.
Hello.
Alright, well, I got the power that I need.
Alright, Necromastery's online. Well, is in deck, actually. The 5th card you play each turn is free. Well, what don't mind if I do?
Got the ring. I got also the scarf. But I got the ring, and I want to get it. Yeah, I want to take it. Can we get an early shop?
Yeah, that's one right here.
Okay. Oh, hold on. That's why. Like what? Like clicking on it. It's and by the way, with the region, it's the same thing for the same thing for the sword. The more damage you put on, the more big it gets, or the bigger it gets. I mean, bleh.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, End of Days is the only card that makes it so that you don't have to wait till the next turn for them to be eliminated.
It would suck if it triggers on your doom.
I don't think it does. No, kill enemies. It's worded as kill enemies.
Okay.
51 to the head.
Jesus.
And whenever I apply Doom, gain 3 block.
So I got a card that, before you, if I say it before you play anything, let me play it because I know it would help us.
Fuck.
I didn't get it yet. Okay. I didn't get it at all, but that's fine. Skip that. Okay, I did get it. There you go. Now everything will take double damage.
We... Is it keeping... Oh, it's just the 5th. Okay. I thought it was every 5th. Well, that lets me use this 3 cost for free.
Nice.
I love this relic. For now. Despite people knowing that I have a hearing problem, they then choose to yell for me in between other rooms instead of being reasonable. I'm getting her a fucking walkie-talkie. I got a 2 cost to give us both block.
Okay.
Damn, did you buy the whole store?
Yep.
the Forgotten has to die first.
Front one.
The back one.
I know it does nothing, but I mean, like,
Yeah, that sucks. Now he dies. Our defense matters a lot more than our strength. I can only get to say that because I'm playing this character. Now he's dead too. Now you die sooner.
Oh.
hey,
Ooh. Is this latest Spire 2?
Yes, Lemon Duck.
it's because what's it called is Time Takers is on maintenance again, and they're
I'm
doing
gonna go for
selective.
notice there. I just went check to see if my.
Oh, okay. Oh, actually, yeah, no. Oh, shit, dude, his mic is new.
Really?
Holy shit, I can actually hear him.
That's probably you for Ornamental Fan.
Yeah.
These goddamn bots.
They're not that bad. Just to tank more damage.
This feels unfair. Here I have a free block window and you have to keep taking this shit to the head every turn.
Shit. Oh. I'm gonna go for the other guy in the back.
They never fucking end.
This fight is just long.
It's long and it's tedious.
Oh, okay. That's it.
All this fucking energy. All this fucking energy.
Jesus. You need one of those X cards.
Yes, I do.
And I mean like any of them, honestly.
Sleight of Flesh is gonna help.
Oh, you can take the elite. That's this fucker.
Now we have to burn through his fucking artifact.
Yeah.
That'll help. That'll help more. That'll help also. And for the big swing. End of days. Literally can't touch me. Now you take fucking Doom. Me without ways to transform it.
I'm basically going a Shiv, discard deck, or slide deck.
Looks like it's working so far.
Yeah. Fortunately, I'm gonna take a shitload of damage. It's not that bad, actually. I don't know if we can get him low enough.
You should.
Yay!
Drawing through all these goddamn burns.
Yeah.
End the turn.
Oh, thank God. Oh shit, I got an epoch for that.
At the start of my turn, add Sweeping Gaze to hand. Additional power damage. Oh no. Doesn't seem to help the problem I'm having. Honestly, retain. Retaining my cards could actually be important. Yes, add a retain to a card in your hand. Ooh, this fucking thing.
Downgrade 2 random cards, upgrade 4. Duplicate your deck, receive bad luck. What the hell?
It's a
I've
really,
never seen this before.
it's a really bad negative effect.
The downgrade or the
The downgrade.
Oh, yeah.
Duplicating the deck can work if basically if you have a deck that already functions. Duplicating the cards twice makes it twice as functional, but I don't think it's worth the consequences of bad luck.
I did the downgrade and it actually upgraded some cards I had. Okay, well, thank you. I wish I was able to utilize that attack. Oops. It's fine.
That's fucking soaring attack shit. And we're just gonna hit you in the face here. And then I'm gonna do it again!
Nice. Okay, thank God. Alright, I'm gonna take that.
I found Dredge. I now have a way to pull out of my discard.
Nice. Okay.
Today you shall be my victim. You shall be my victim, and I will rape you, sir. Sir, I'm going to rape you. Raping will begin now.
staring at the trap.
I'ma get him. Don't worry, I'ma get him.
That's weird.
What's weird?
I have connection interrupted.
Is my internet shitting itself? No. I don't know.
Yeah, and neither is mine. That's weird.
So
Waiting for host to respond is what it says.
me no. I clicked end turn button. Now I'm waiting.
I can't even disconnect. The fuck?
Is there anything we can do? Let's try something. Let's try save and quit. So you click the cog and go to save and quit.
So no, it already left the host.
Okay. So then we continue from host from save.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I guess this gives me a second chance.
Yeah. Wacky slush.
Oh, I'll still be able to listen. Just give me a sec.
Okay.
Well, I guess that place was like too expensive. So my mom and my aunts went to a steakhouse, I guess, which I love whenever my aunt suggests one of the most expensive places when we're on budgets.
White women.
Yes.
And now you die. And now you die.
Oh, okay.
And now you die for
Okay,
certain.
God. Yeah.
Many people would say that's very bullshit of us, how we just basically save scummed, but literally not my fault.
Yeah,
The game
no.
broke.
Yeah, no. Game broke. Like, you can even see the like connection error. We were not making that up. Thanks. Okay. Just a queen. Honestly, this is the easiest like one in my opinion.
I think so as well. You fucking bound my shroud. How dare you? I'll use that to kill you. Okay, we got an debuff. That's important. Unfortunately, I don't have enough block.
How would you feel about a endless mode?
I think that there was an option for it inside of the thing. I kind of feel the same way about it as I would most situational cases. It's like, endless sounds good, and it is good, but eventually you get bored.
Yeah.
This motherfucker and his endless goddamn vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
Get off my nuts. I'm trying to save my cash out for your queen.
Yeah, that's not enough. Whatever. Probably should have spent it on trying to do more damage. Oops.
How about no?
I feel like when you kill the minion, it should like remove all the vulnerability in the attack
Yes, sir.
and
I agree.
the frail in the.
Yeah.
It's like that's like half the point of this fight.
Where are my souls? One soul. Because you've been ripping through my fucking shit! And you're still pounding my shit! Well, Austin, you're gonna have to run face for me here. And I'm going to die. Because I am dooming out.
Basically, I know it's probably... I wish I can... I know, like, through Discord I can view it.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oh, damn. Alright. Oh, man, I got another epoch discovered. It's so weird. Oh, wait, no, it's because of art. Okay. I think I'm gonna go. I need to get something to eat and everything.
Fucking check up on time takers, see if it's actually active now. Probably isn't.
If it isn't, then honestly, I'll just wait until it comes out, unless it's one of those paid games.
It's probably going to be free to play by any and all nature. I can't imagine they would try to charge people money for this after multiple other games that are paid came out as well. Could it be of quality that you could probably charge money from it? You probably could. Should you? That's a hard argument. I find that the model of payment, of sustaining, is a question of, do you want to be asked to help pay for its continued development, or do you want to be responsible for paying the paychecks of developers? That's really what it breaks down to. From what Time Takers is presenting itself as, from NC and Mistle Games, it seems like it is a project that has a lot more straight-through thought that went into it. A lot more than necessarily most games that try to approach an arcade sense of FPS shooting. In that fashion, making it paid for money probably holds you back significantly. Then, goddamn, the music's so loud. Then, when you calculate for what this game probably is going to offer as a part of its experience, you're looking at a question of what keeps the game fun and what really makes you able to flourish developing the game more. The idea that it is end time, literally, plus the FPS factor, and what looks like the hero shooter-esque character design makes it a lot more interesting.
The void, a realm devoid of time. In it stands the paradise.
It makes you think about whether or not it's going to be worth its value. Because the way that it's selling itself with this trailer I'm looking at, or rather the cutscene I'm looking at, which I'm not projecting to the to the stream. Consequences, Carl. Is going the average of trying to make it seem like the kind of overview that most people get an experience for when it comes to most FPS games. It's just, here's the concept, and then here's the gameplay. It tries to force me into a tutorial. My life will hurt. From all of the trailers and from all of the features and any of the research I was able to do, it does push you into a tutorial. And apparently it's running now, but this feels like it's running like shit. My character is literally see-through. I don't think this is what they meant about the female body, guys.
Oh, what the hell?
It's trying to load in. Oh, that's so cute. Literally,
It's
it was
still
just
thinks
it was just holographic and T posing. Oh my god. Okay, let me switch this over.
Yeah.
So, the way this game looks like it's trying to sell itself is the same tactic as NetEase. Because, god damn it, that looks horrible. But certainly I should be able to change that when I get out of this tutorial. So, it's selling itself on the simplicity of WASD with controls somewhat similar to Deadlocked. Jump skills, double jump, the
Well, this
ability
is like standard arena
ADS,
shooter.
yes. ADS, not very large hits on recoil. Explaining what the time race is again after you've just done the thing it just asked you to do. Ooh, that was interesting. So standard run. A walk. Immediately into a slide, into a cancel. No crouching.
Ah, there you go.
Controls. Horizontal. Toggle. Quick still buttons. This is for every character, so it's trying to do the same thing as it's trying to do the same thing as Marvel Rivals.
Oh, that was in Overwatch first.
Okay.
Like selecting it for every character. That was an Overwatch thing first. Rivals copied that.
Okay.
But Rivals has a very... Well, no, both games have, like, limited customization to each character.
Upgraded.
Okay. Q, E, F. I cannot free up my controls to look at what my skills do. Control does nothing, tab does nothing, this does nothing. Level up by pressing and holding R.
Upgrade complete.
Using your own time in which to upgrade your abilities. That is a hook shot. Time energy is the core resource of Time Taker. It's essential for combat and growth and must be constantly collected. Level up by killing enemy travelers or monsters by obtaining time energy in the field. Convert stored time energy into XP and time coins for leveling up. Recommended to use wisely, as holding too much will cause enemies taking a large amount upon death. Travelers' unique abilities, using effectively in critical moments to gain team advantage.
Move to the coordinates.
But you know what would be good if you would let me look at what my fucking skills do.
Probably gonna have you like, just use them and you'll figure it out. I think that's like, yeah, piercing shot.
A disco ball.
Early destruction.
Go to the store, activate it using G. So they have a store system now. And we have upgrades. The game has become immediately more complex than it probably should be.
Yeah, okay, so...
So we've got something that reduces enemy movement speed when hit with a weapon and tracks to a location. So enemy loses movement speed when hit. Increase time energy gained on elimination by a percentage. And increase movement speed when chasing said target. So additional movement speed while moving towards enemy's hit, slowing them for 3 seconds and tracking for 3 seconds, so this helps you stay on top of them. Then we have things for vitality, increasing shields, increasing health, increasing all healing effects you give and receive, creating a temporary seal when the name and seal gets exhausted, reducing the cooldown of all apps, don't know what the fucking app is, upon killing or finishing enemies, absorbing a portion of weapon damage as health, which then gets converted to shield. That's actually very nice. And apparently everything starts out with 500, but you only have 3 slots. And Assassin, create a decoy upon enemy kill and enter into stealth, death or life, special protection, increase max shield and health based on total deaths. That's for the new players. That right there is a new player augment. So we have an augment type system. Additional retro round that slows enemies with a weapon, more electrocution stacks, more move speed. Removed fire grenade. Deals damage over time when hitting with a weapon, more burn stacks, higher damage. Worsened wound. Apply received damage increase upon hitting them with weapons. Additional upgrades to stats already used. So those can be upgraded again. Time coins are currency used to purchase apps, so those are apps from the store, necessary to strengthen travelers, acquired with time energy. You can pull in and obtain up to 3 time energy within a certain range. Apps are the key element to enhance and augment traveler combat abilities and enable various strategies tailored to battlefield conditions, and use time coins to purchase apps from stores located throughout the battlefield. But I wasn't done reading game. Thank you. So, each one is 500, and you can upgrade them. In a game like this, Time Chaser is literally just powerful. Vampire is also just powerful. And they have their own tiers. I think 5, or 3 is actually good enough. Bullets. Worsening Wound can help. Fire Grenade can help. And you got Battle Boost to increase your movement speed, as well as Assassin, and Recovery Enhancement. You've got cooldown reduction to reduce the cooldown reduction of the apps and skills. Reduce the cooldown of all apps and skills when acquiring time field energy or field shared time energy. Kill reset to reduce it upon killing and finishing. And then range increase. Shock damage when nearby to enemies. The range increase. High risk. Lethal bullet. Time Berserker. When remaining life is below the activation time, 3 minutes, weapon fire rate increases, activates upon hitting an enemy. And Bomb Expert. Throwable bomb apps. I think, in terms of people who are ball and gun gamers, they're going to look at most of your bullet type apps and they're going to immediately cash in as hard as they can. Like, high risk is very much the, I'm going to bean you. So if you had taken Time Chaser plus that and Lethal Bullet with high risk, pretty much ball and gun gamers are going to just say, I'm going to sit on top of your head, nerd. Knowing that I know nothing at all, I can only assume what's better. However, because I'm a designer, I know that applying a burn status when I activate damage on someone is good. So, yeah. Fire grenade activation.
I'm gonna head off.
Go ahead. This is gonna be a learning experience for everybody who's basically watching. Applying a burn status with the weapon versus electrocution attack that attacks nearby enemies. Fires several seconds. I think that's probably smarter. So let's go here. Now let's see how crazy that looks.
My body's metal. Is this magnet safe?
That is a springboard. Character wants me to talk to her. Before we continue, please stop moving and using skills for a moment. Do you see the line connecting us? We call this a link. When an ally is within 35 meters, it automatically connects. Living together in this link state benefits both of us. When linked, allies can share time energy. Time energy can be used to send it to allies using V. On the other hand, you can also use T to request time energy needed, like this. Hold V for 30 seconds to deliver time energy to Cassie.
Time energy sent.
Which keeps them from dying. And then you can request time energy. This allows you to understand the basis of the link system.
I appreciate it.
At this point, you acquired all the basic knowledge you need on the battlefield. I doubt it. So, linking, requesting, and pinging. Here's a recap of the core features of Time Race. Traveler, weapon, app. Combine the 3 skill key elements below to develop a variety of strategies. So you're on the battlefield, take time and survive. Basic tutorial completed. Congratulations, you've completed the basic tutorial. Okay.
That was pretty empty.
It's pretty much the standard opening tutorial that they put in everything. The one that they put inside of games made by NetEase was a lot simpler, but also a lot more annoying. Wow, my character's shit is not loading in. I think we need to work on the graphics, like time takers. Currency. Don't know what it is. It doesn't tell me. It is Chronostone. Used to purchase items in the Chronostone store. So we have a daily check-in that will reward you that many during a CBT1 event with ranked things? Question mark? Traveler skins, weapon skins, customization, weapon skins, profile pictures, social emojis. Please stop charging me for the ability to use emojis. Just give people emojis. That's the most useless thing to try and itemize. Stop going down the NFT route of content. This character's called Zaza.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's funny.
I don't feel like paying for any of these skins right now. I'm not. I don't want to be jump scared like that.
I collect on it because the name was named Zaza, and it's like, I don't know, did you make this before or after that event happened? I don't think you want to name that character that name, bro! Alright, Chronovault. Welcome, this is my office where I manage the Chronovault. Since it's your first time, I'll specially charge 2 hours of time energy in the Chronovault. You can collect time energy by participating in the time race league that I operate. Understood? Just this once, I'll speed up the Chronovault to produce a Chronopack. Oh boy, crafting system. Once production is complete for the Chronopack, you can check below to see the increased pack count. I can open 1. Now open the Chronopack and test your luck. Lots of money. Fortunate indeed, you have obtained quite a number of Chronostones. As you can see, you can acquire Chronostones through Chronopacks. Chronostones can be used in the Season Reward Shop of the Time Race League. Head to the shop. A variety of goods waits. You would be wise to take a look around the shop. By now, you should understand the basics of the Chronovault. Now all that remains is to gather time energy on the battlefield. I look forward to seeing your performance in battle. And you got items here that take me to the store. And you got a season shop, which takes me to the store. And then you got bingo, which takes me nowhere. No, it takes me in here. Seasonal bingo. View bingo details. I see no details. I just see an empty fucking 5 by 5 square. First bingo line reward is a free item plus premium items. So a skin plus another premium skin plus money. Then money plus money and money. Then money and a Volt acceleration ticket. Whatever the fuck that does. Money. As well as a sticker and money. And a time battery. Logo for time takers plus money. A nameplate plus another nameplate plus another acceleration ticket. A skin for somebody that is a literal space monkey. Chronostones and more medium time battery. Player icon and more money and another acceleration ticket. And more icons and a border and more money. An emote plus more money and more tickets. See, these emotes are good. You should be giving these away to players so they can just use them. And then the final version, better version, epic weapon skin of the flamethrower, and even more time batteries, as well as the final epic skin of another weapon, plus the traveler skin of meaningfully, decently attractive Japanese female. And her name is Yuna. And you have to pay using money to unlock Premium Bingo. But at least you now have the ability to do it without having to pay for it in cash. Because the Paradise Chips are the cash item. So, where's the cash shop? Is it in here? Because all of this looks like it's for Chronostones. Yeah, this is all Chronostones. And why would I want to waste my money on NFTs? So then we have...
I'm really struggling just on if there's anyone remotely interesting in pick, because it's like they all kind of just look pretty boring.
We've got offensive, defensive, and utility characters. So unlike Deadlock, they will actually tell you what categories they fit into. As for them being something you want to pick, I guess that's up to you and whether or not your character loads in so you can actually look at them. So we've got knockoff Alyssa from Tekken. We've got Battlefield content creator, known for making robots that hunt humans. We've got a samurai from Out of Time. We've got a hyper-intelligent chimpanzee monkey born from 23rd century genetic experiments. We've got Jar Jar Binks after he hit the gym. We've got stereotypical black dreadman. We've got fat white guy friend in the party that always overdrinks, but he's from the 16th century. We've got the Jolly Russian. We've got smug white guy number 1. We've got woman wearing space helmet from First Descendants, variation number 100, 500, number 156. We've got men...
That's an insult to comparative hobby.
It's an insult that exists for a reason. We've got mysterious badass white guy number 2 in hacker flavor. And then we've got attractive black woman with no vagina bones. So we've got a character that has a hook. The enemy can take electrocution damage, get stunned by it. We got blaster shots that deals electrocution damage. For auto-targeting sniper mode. And then Rainbow Disco with a disco ball that tracks enemies and releases explosive orbs. Enemies hit by the orbs take damage and receive increased damage. Okay. Energy Barrier, blocking for the self to block enemy attacks. Deploying turrets that automatically attack enemies, deploying up to 2 at the same time. So we're already Heimerdinger gaming. And Desperado Live, auto-targeting ahead and attacking enemies for a certain amount of time in their duration, with additional shielding when it gets activated. They even have blurbs on these abilities. Let's get fired up. Like, subscribe, and hit that bell. Cringe. Rokuro is...
Thanks, I hate it.
A stereotypical movement ability, which also deflects enemy attacks. And Shadow Veil to grant stealth to self and allies within range, being removed upon leaving the veil. And Ashura's Execution, which is a rapid dash ability that ignores barriers and stuns while granting additional overshield. Okay. And then the monkey has a hook. And he also has... Of course he has banana flavored objects. Why wouldn't he? Banana grenades. Throw a grenade that deals explosion and burn damage. And burns damage. Deals explosion and burns deals explosion and burns BURNS damage. Okay? Upon explosion, release a small bomb, causing a secondary explosionary effect, with a burn accumulation amount. And board a probe, gain additional overshield, and bombard the ground like a space rocket. Reactivate the skill to eject self and eject the probe downwards to cause explosive damage upon crashing. And then Jar Jar Binks has dimensional escape to teleport instantly when reactivated when placing the object. And tracking fire grenade that throws a fire grenade that explodes with small tracking bombs that release upon explosion, where affected enemies get dealt increased damage and burn damage, with additional accumulation account with additional received damage on hit by a percentage, with 2 max uses. And a Valaxian ship barrage that summons a massive bombardment to continuously rain down the area. Then, stereotypical braided black hair has first aid, and an additional shield to a designated ally, and flying to them after jumping into the air, releasing a fiery explosion upon landing, knocking back and attacking nearby enemies. If no allies are designated, move to the nearest ally. If there are no living allies, land on a random point. Okay. And red protocol. Release flames to push back nearby enemies and deploy a dome-shaped barrier that has 400 to 480 durability, 5-second duration, knockback damage of 40 to 80, attack range of 40, and a knockback distance of 10. The Knight has Hold the Line. They grant additional shields and increase movement speed for nearby allies. Deploying a barrier wall in front of him to block enemy attacks, and enemies that touch the barrier wall take electrocution damage. It's actually a better choice than just having an overshield that blocks things and people can walk through it. I always felt that it was strange that people are walking through hard light constructs and they're not taking consequences, so adding electric damage to that is probably a good choice to add to the field. And then Glorious Charge. Dash forward, push back enemies. When the skill is used again, leap and slam the ground, dealing damage and stunning nearby enemies. So your basic tank ultimate. Then we've got Jelly Explosion. Recover health and shield, then jump forward and explode, dealing damage to enemies and creating up to 3 Jelly Slimes. Jelly Slimes track nearby enemies, inflicting continuous damage and reducing movement and healing effects. Slime damage being 2, healing reduction 20%, recovery amount 30, explosion range of 13, movement speed distance of 12 meters, explosion damage of 40. The recovery on negative slime hit is negative 20 and negative 20 move speed. So we're making him a jelly man? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, I guess it is. So the Zack Doctor also fires a jelly projectile forward, dealing damage to enemies and creating a jelly slime. Jelly slime tracks nearby enemies, deals continuous damage, and reduces movement and healing effects. So it's not just a basic slime, it's poison gas that also tracks you. And finally, transforms into slime. Yep, Zack Ultimate. Recovers some health and shield, dealing damage with movement and jump skills while transformed, reducing all damage taken, except for fire damage. That's actually a pretty fair thing to do, because that means having fire damage is actually a counter to some of these characters. I wonder if the fire damage goes through the shield. Then we've got the Sly Hustler doing thief shit, I imagine. Search and run, scan the surrounding area to identify locations of objects and enemies. Movement speed increase when enemies get scanned. Yep. And fires a taser gun forward to slow enemy movement and attack speed, dealing continuous damage as a taser. And perfect invisibility. Turn invisible and gain additional movement speed for a certain duration, with invisibility ending upon hitting an enemy and your damage increasing for a certain duration. Killing or finishing an enemy while your damage is increased, the remaining cooldown of perfect invisibility gets reduced. So he is a LeBlanc archetype, but up to a point. The Space Biologist creates Moss Bear to heal itself and nearby allies over time. Moss Bear dealing damage to enemies and applying damage received increased debuff. That's a very significantly large debuff. We're talking 20% with an attack range of 30. And Puddin, to fly at the designated enemy, engulf and disable them, pull in nearby enemies, and devour them to deal damage. So it's a Fizz ultimate. Okay. Hologram Decoy creates a moving decoy at your current location and enters stealth for a short duration. So decoy spawn count goes from 1 to 5 with a duration count and a stealth duration of 3.5 seconds. Ah! It's the Bamboozle from Mirage of Apex Legends. Okay. But it doesn't do the normal Bamboozle where it actually has him copying every movement. Install a time energy mine. When the enemy approaches, the mine quickly tracks and explodes, dealing damage, reducing movement speed, and increasing damage taken with up to 2 mines being deployed at the same time. So he deploys the mine down. It looks like it's time energy. Then it tracks people and explodes on them. Hacking drone flies to a designated enemy and detonates an EMP with all actions of affected targets being cancelled, shields being damaged, and the enemy being stunned. They take 60 to 80 shield damage, negative 10 to negative 18 movement speed reduction. Movement speed reduction duration lasts for 1.5 seconds. The stun duration is a micro stun of 0.5, attack range of 8, and effective range of 75. So shut down the shields from a distance and then set up the team to do their job, I guess? And then the unfortunate black woman name, Air Gate. Install an air gate in which the movement speed of allies increases after passing through the gate, with projectiles from the gate passing through, the damage can increase. So we have a Jace shield on top of Jace effects, but it acts more like a Sonic the Hedgehog acceleration gate. Okay. And then we've got an anti-gravity field to fly forward and create a range of anti-gravity that uplifts enemies with its attacks in the air. Attack speed gets reduced while within the range. So it lifts the enemies to knock them off their feet. And the ultimate is Clear the Skies. Jump into the air, additional shield for during time, flying. When you're using these skills, slam down to the ground and push nearby enemies to deal damage. So the ability to fly in the air for not that long, but it requires a height of 9 meters in order to reactivate the skill for skill use. And then in the lab, viewing memories, app research, and weapon research. So we've got a monkey named Al. You've got some white guy named Aaron Sharp. And in viewing memories, you've got a woman by the name of Ada Hooper. Looking at your time records, which is, I guess, the lore of the game. A locked section for battlefield records. Weapon details on your guns, so you can actually understand the basic features and special features that they're offered. Which I guess is actually... Well, actually, no, I shouldn't guess that's good. That is actually good. So you know how the weapons work without having to pick them up in the field and hope that they're smart. And then app research, letting you look at all the apps that you have available through the game. I think the augment system is probably better in this capacity than it is inside the other games. Going pound for pound, since this is comparing against Deadlocked, having 3 augment slots might suck for people's ability to mix and match, but there's clearly a mindset around how you're designing these things. Maybe you could run the same shit every round. Me, personally, my brain is set on that time chaser being a part of my kit, but if you're talking about serious power, this game clearly plays itself around movement speed. The clear decider here, after looking through the skills, is that it wants you to put a lot of effort into the active additional damage you're doing to targets, as well as slowing them down so that you can be able to take fights against them. I'm not seeing any serious, crazy, sky-based movement tech where you're always moving around with that with the True and Shine movement, but I don't know. We'd have to play a match to find out, and I feel like I want to eat food. What do you feel like, Master? What's your thoughts?
I feel like all those characters are about to make me pass out for a second. Like, not even your explanation, just thinking about that stuff was just like, all right.
I mean, it is what it is. And then you got the time battery system. You gotta use time battery with charge time battery to charge this fucking device, which then allows you to what? Craft? Yes. So here's what a volt acceleration ticket does. It accelerates the progress. And then you open
Actually,
the
I'm not
object.
even sure if I signed up for the Time Takers beta. Yeah.
So yeah, you use the time energy to produce the chrono packs and the stones. Production continues even when offline if time energy is stored within the chrono vault. You get a pack by consuming 2 hours of time energy to grant chrono stones, and an acceleration ticket immediately and instantly accelerates chrono pack production. So it's literally a drop system. And yeah, this is fucking retarded. I don't like those CBT playable hour positions. That's really stupid. That's so stupid, but whatever. We'll have to try this later, tomorrow evening, at the start of 7 o'clock if we want people to be into this. I know that I'm in. I know that Reflex is in. I suppose
Yeah, I just sent a request and such to see if I'd get in and such, and not sure when it's gonna send me a message back.
More than likely, it'll do it by the beginning of the morning. Who knows? We'll have the same opportunity to try it again also on Friday. Don't know how long the CBT will last, but basically Wednesday through Friday is when the chances we get to try this. Between me trying to recover from my ear injury, it's just whatever the fuck. But the fact that the playable hours are listed from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., 7 p.m. to 3 a.m., and 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. in terms of PDT, EDT, and BRT, wherever your particular zone happens to be, that's the time period. So basically, my time period, as listed, is from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m., which cuts directly into Eternal Return's ranked period, which is very interesting. I wonder why they would want people to be playing this game until 3 in the goddamn morning during the play hours, but that's whatever. As far as the characters' designs go, and the characters, or rather the travelers themselves, the offensive and maybe 2 characters in the defensive are the only ones that exist to me. Everything else is mid. Very mid. I don't care about the fucking character's design. I care more about the character's abilities and how they're balanced. You've got not a lot of good character balance going on here.
I mean, yeah, I feel like it's like a mix of both for me right now.
You've got some characters that have some interesting skills, and then everywhere else, if you don't have movement, I guess you get fucked, bro. Don't know what to tell you. So, characters like Yuna, characters like Rakuro, only when his dash is down, and characters like buff Jar Jar Binks with the cod piece, they are going to feel less fun than, say, Birdie and Elise. Just because if you're talking about movement, this is the ability to get on top of somebody and just dumpster your entire kit onto them. Don't imagine there's much counterplay to that. Andre and Arthur just seem like they're really strong, period. Just because the ability to grant shields and movement speed is strong because you're getting on top of them. This is lasting for 15 seconds. Then going into having a barrier wall with 300 durability that will deal damage with an electrocution amount over 0.2 seconds means that if I can pressure someone and put them in a corner and then possibly charge and stun them to set my team up, I'm giving myself a lot of space, which enables a lot of those offensive characters to probably do their job. But then the rest of the characters and their designs, with the exception of Andre, I look at Andre alone because it appears that Slime is just something very special to him, so he's just going to automatically be good since he is special on his own, and it doesn't look like he has any necessarily bad weaknesses or downsides. Compare that against the utility tree, with the exception of fucking Miss Black Queen here, and you've got guy who does fucking nothing useful, woman who does a little bit of things useful, but she doesn't seem to have many ways to really peel for herself, with the exception of an ultimate that'll help gobble the team and received damage. So, here's your one dedicated support character, then useless, 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 sometimes useless if you're not in a position, but considering how cracked out the True and Shine and Adderall players are, They're not going to stand still to let you have times to use your turret. All of the characters that don't have some kind of ability to stay on top of the targets, mostly fucking useless. Like, I'm not seeing it.
I want to be interested in turrets and such, but after just playing Eternal Return with Barbara, I'm good on that.
Like, it could be cracked, it could be busted, it could be broken. I don't fucking know, but I can tell you what, I won't be the one to test it.
It's like, oh, I get bullied to death.
It won't be me. If I see somebody else be cracked, I'll figure out how to reproduce it, but it won't be me. It will not be me. No, no, no. Because now, you got all these goddamn weapons to look at. And that's its own problem. But hey, the fucking customization of the art. I think the art is the only thing that is redeemable here. Say what you want about the character designs. The art designs are peak. Rubber hose styled art designs, standing out from the design of every other system that uses emotes. Standardized, of quality, looking like they were drawn by people that you actually paid money from and you didn't steal your designs, like Bungie. Wow, so crazy. I love how people forgot about that and basically continue to glaze Marathon for the shit that was done, but you know, reasons. And hey, because it's a black queen with dyed hair, all of the fucking all the hood weaves will eat this shit the fuck up. And then you got different designs of character emotions. Some of these are deserving enough to be memes in and of themselves. Whoever's willing to extract them and make them into emotes, be my guest, because that's work that I want to have to do myself. I don't want to have to do that work myself. Because then when you go to the labs and you look at the weapon details, you've got a gun, you've got a crossbow gun that fires a homing crossbow missile, and it fires more when you use the right click. You've got a sniper rifle that shoots a barrage of energy bullets, as well as a 2x4 scope to fire a powerful energy beam. You've got a flamethrower for close-ranged burning that deals damage over time, and a flame blast that compresses the flames and releases them forward to apply a burn effect as well. So not only do you have the ability to spray them at close range, you can spray them at medium distance. You've got a specialized rocket launcher, and then the ability to fire multiple rockets forward as once. Doesn't seem like it hovers or that it tracks, but damn, doesn't that look cool? Then you've got a weapon called the AI Life or Death. You've got a healing beam, and you've got a damage beam that fires high explosive grenades. You've got a lightning cannon that electrically discharges at close range and reduces movement speed. And it also has a grab chain to pull the target towards you so you can keep slowing them down for your team, I guess. You've got a single DMR rifle that fires a powerful single shot in mid to long range, as well as precise aiming to allow for precision hits on your enemy. You've got an energy rifle that uses the same guiding system as some other weapons, and an energy orb that can be fired up to 3 times that continuously attack nearby enemies that are getting tagged by them. And then you've got a normal burst rifle that does a 5-round burst compared to a continuous round burst. And its special effect is to have the same scoping aiming. So, like, there's your guns. Very simple, very straightforward, very basic arena shooter. Not really asking for a lot. Seems like simple gameplay, but barely any people probably played the game. But in my opinion, I think the graphics need some walking back. Right here, I can already see there's a choice to customize them, and they're all set on medium by default. I feel like I want this shit on low. Literally for competitive balance.
This game looks like it's gonna be running like buttons just as soon as you try to put them any higher.
Like, got borders window mode automatically, screen resolution up to the size of my screen automatically, different levels of upscaling and quality focused upscaling, performance focused upscaling, more performance-focused upscaling, gamma, brightness, contrast. Those are the only settings I can fuck with. Audio settings are simple. Having the voice chat to always on, to push to talk, because I don't necessarily want to talk to these people. Depends. Questionable. Different choices that are based on skill settings. Having quick button settings setting on so that the skill activates immediately when pressed. If I choose to activate the skill keys in question, I don't get to change the controls, so it's automatic WADS movement. I can control sensitivity. I can control the 2x and 4x sensitivity. I can change up the gamepad left and right stick maximum and minimum input dead zones. I can control for controller vibration. It gets aim assistance. Got basic language settings, tool shifts for character selection, energy time guideline, beginner voice guide, voice subtitles, general chat, voice requests, party invites, a blocked players list. It's a basic PvP arena shooter. I think in terms of actual value, this game could probably earn its space if, as a team deathmatch game, it proves its worth. Certainly, it looks like it's team deathmatch. I haven't played it yet. Not going to play it right now because I want to eat food. But if this is team deathmatch 3-on-3 until a team wipes out with their time, you have a potentially good free-to-play game here, right? Because I never finished the point I was making about free-to-play game versus premium model. I don't know what they're going to make you pay for Paradise Coins for in the store. Because right now, it appears that they want to cycle it all around the Chronostones. Certainly, the Chronostones are your free-to-play currency. And maybe in the future, the ability to participate in the season is based on the Paradise Coins for what effectively looks like a very weird bingo system form of a battle pass. Don't know, don't care. What I think is important is that if they give you the ability to play all characters available without ever having to buy them, you're already a step ahead. The League of Legends and Smite model of be given free-to-play characters while other characters will continue to drag their nuts across your face because they're pub stompers is always something that is going to make people not want to play a video game or make them go towards playing only that character in that video game because that is all that they want to know and that's all that they need to know. I think it disencourages them from actually trying and experiencing and learning how to better play other shit. It's kind of the same idea with the crutches that exist in other video games. So you've got potential crutches here, but the fun factor is debatable. Obviously, you can't play by yourself. In fact, there's only one way to play, and that you play with your team, and the amount of time energy that is available continues to cut out until you're the last man standing. So it's King of the Hill Team Deathmatch. Can that be fun? Hell yes it can. But I think people aren't willing to give it a chance because they think it's funny to make fun of it. I think that's my conclusion there. So this game probably has to be free to play with freemium. They'll make their money off of the skins. Honestly, it seems like they're going to make more money off of emotes. The skins don't look like shit to write home about. Look at this garbage. Look at this fucking garbage. Yeah, I want my samurai to look like he's Johnny Cage. Yeah, doesn't that look good? And then, hey, look, black woman showing thong. We are very inventive, us. We're good, me. And stereotypical white guy looks like a stereotypical white guy. This skin, however, is going to be fun, but it's not because of the color of the design. It's because of the what it looks like, what it makes it look like the fabric's made out of, which is latex. That's going to get the gooners hot. Then you got here a cool skin for Arthur that makes him look like a cyber knight. Then you have an armor that doesn't make Jar Jar Binks with muscles look stupid. A skin for the Jelly Man that makes him look like an actual real jelly detective. Shout out.
That one's kind of funny.
One that makes the black guy look like he unironically plays fucking Ball and Hoop Gaming. torn on blue. What are you doing here?
Yeah, you ain't beating the allegations of that one.
And then you got the Epoch skin, where he's just basically a fucking cyber DJ now. And then the best one, the only one I think probably matters, making the e-girl look like a depressive femcel. Complete with buttons! There are like 3 skins in here that are good. This one, and I guess if you like black people, this one. But if you like actual fashion sense, this one. But if you like looking cool, these 2. That's it. Everything else is a weapon skin. So, if you intend on releasing more skins in the future, I can only hope that that's a customizable thing. So let's see here. You got the Showtime suit, Midsummer Fashion, Marigold, Scarlet. So those are just color swaps. This one is an actual change. So we're going down the same tree as Overwatch. So they all have special ones that change the actual color scheme. So makes her look like Cindy from Final Fantasy 15. Looks horrible. She's gonna get copy stricken by that one woman who claimed that her design was stolen when they were complaining about Magic doing the Y2K 2000s girly pop shit. And then Street Vintage, again, makes her look like a depressive e-girl. Then you got Samurai. Armor colors that are nothing to write home about. Ew, puke green is disgusting.
Ew.
And then you have him looking like he's Johnny Cage. And then the monkey! The monkey's fist! The monkey's chain! The monkey! And honestly, this skin is actually beautiful. This should be his base skin. Why is his base skin this? It's disgusting! And then, our homie Jar Jar Binks. Yes, let's make his entire body look like it's bio-armor. Definitely great. Yes, let's make him not be able to blend in so he stands even more far out against his basic armor color. Still not a good design, but it's better than the other colors. And then a real outfit. Because why are you making this man go out here with his cheeks out like that? I don't care if it's in his alien's nature culture. No, this man is an alien amongst humans. He should be wearing human shit, and then this can be a skin that you give him that's rare, that you can unlock when you go down his fucking upgrade tree or whatever shit, to give him the armor that is best in the color of his people. Or, alternatively, make it something that he does as an ability. But that's asking for too much. Then, this
culture.
Then this shit looks fucking ugly.
Naked all sites.
This shit looks fucking ugly. This shit is fucking less ugly, but you know, you can get more colors than black and blue. Cause all you got here is red. And then, hoop and ball gamers. Then you got Arthur out here wearing colors that probably should belong on the suit of a knight's armor. This at least makes it okay.
At least it's good.
He's got a head ornament, got a headdress, got a little movable scarf and shit. Everything moves and tassels. Got different colors. And they have different colors for the tassels. And then you got the enhanced battle armor. Still got the tassels on there, but you remove the rest of it. But it's still okay, because it still brings it all together. And then, you got the Jellyman. You just might as well say that this is fucking Josh Gad in a beard. And you got different colors for the Russian. And then you just got Jelly Detective. This itself is key. This is Kino, right here. This is what a rare skin should aspire to be for a character. Or an epic skin, whatever the fuck you want to call it. This is the baseline of what skins should look like for characters with their design. Not sure why every part of his body except his neck is transformed. Like, is he having something at his collar that lets it not transform his face? What's going on here? And if that's the case, why don't you wear a bodysuit so that it covers this very important device that's on the front side of your body? Huh? If I hit that, do you just turn into gelatin? Who knows? Who cares? We'll never find out. Then, you got Specialized White Guy. Yeah, put some glasses on him. Give him a fucking puff jacket. Make him sign Bad Boy Records. That's definitely good design. This is so fucking uninspired. There's no real change. It's just the glasses and the jacket. And you want people to have this as an epic skin? Hello? And this shit's no different because it just changes the jacket color. The armor doesn't change. You could say arguably that the undercolor of the shirt changes, but does it fucking matter? Your choices are gray, or dark gray, or white. And then brown with an overjacket. Yeah, that's really cool. Then with your space biologist, who looks like she's somewhere between South Mediterranean and Spanish. Her good skin got her looking like she belongs in Space Channel 5. And her other skins are just the same shit, but different. By faculty default of being an attractive character, it makes it okay. The blue is okay. The yellow, well, the yellowish tan, is okay. The Galaxy Racer is probably better. If we're going for general change, mainly because apparently we're going with the Final Fantasy logic of characters having multiple zippers over their body for no reason. We got zippers over here in the coochie area. We got zippers across the top of the vagina bones. We've got zippers out on the side of the midriff. And then we got zippers all the way down the front of the jacket. Were those necessary? I don't know. But the Gooners will thank you. Then you got fucking Mystery Hacker. And it's just a different mask. That's it. It's just different clothes. It's the same mask. Same hoodie. The drone doesn't change. Wow, so interesting. And then, for this, you make him look like he's a special DJ. This could be an alternate head of Deadmau5 for all I care. Why don't these have different faces on the front of them? Why don't you customize the hacker face to have this, and then do something different? Wait, we have a digital mask. You can literally do anything with the emotes. Why not have a system where the hacker's mask is able to wear different emotes? Like, where's his emotes? Where's the fucking hacker's emote? You could have it that the hacker's emote is over the face of the character. Different emotions. You know, emoting. What's the point of having a face mask that can have emotes and you don't emote with the shit? Ah! And the less I say about Black Woman, the better. This is tolerable for only 2 reasons. 1. Actually, no, 3 reasons. 1, 2, 3. Silver hair is a choice. Okay? Brown skin. Yes, we love black women here. We, in fact, do use our entire tongue. Silver hair. Glasses. Sports glasses. Pastel colors. The blue definitely looks good. I see that we were confident enough to go with showing off the hips. The Ruby Neo also works well. I also like that we've got this matching, that we have this as like a techno shawl. The yellow is disgusting. Send it back. The yellow is disgusting. Send it back. Because you won't even notice that she has a choker. And then, for all the other choices, you remove that feature, and you just make it, hey, comfortable black woman designs. You know, got some technological shit, but I also need to be on the runway. Let me get some basic glasses. Also, let me change my silicone ribbon choker for a more defined cross necklace. Which doesn't even look like a cross. It looks like some type of star shape. It looks cross-like, but it's not a cross. And then, of course, black woman, you know, we gotta show off the thong. That thong. But why, though? And, of course, if we're gonna have a black woman, she needs to have bigger titties than this. Come on, guys. The tits aren't gonna get in the way. In fact, the recoil should be... I'm joking. Let's stop that joke right there. Anyways, the design of your characters are bland. Your skin sales are bland. But you only have one epic skin. Okay, let's say you're waiting to launch the game to design more. You need to design better fucking character skins. Alternate color skins are bad. They're ugly. Make each skin unique, including the epic skins, which can be even more unique. Release skins for the seasons. Release skins for character backstory. But please, change it up. Change it fucking up, bro. Please change it up. And of course, there are, quote, top players. The toppest tippity top player is somebody by the name of MCT 2007, who's won 135 rounds with a rank scoring of 41.77. But these rankings don't fucking matter. Do you know why they don't matter? Because you don't let us play at all times of day and night. So we're not actually seeing who's the best. We're just seeing who's the most active. And then, of course, you got tiers here. He goes all the way from apparently silver to gold to master. But why are we caring about ranked play inside of the leaderboards when we're supposed to be testing the video game? Why do we care about the rankings? Just let people play the video game, dude. You want to see if the game's testing works well? Let people play the video game during all hours of the day. But that's whatever. We'll probably play this tomorrow. Because apparently you also have daily missions. And you have a refresh account for those daily missions. You have a lot of things you're asking from people. You apparently want them to play daily. You want them to do a minimum of 3 matches every time they sit and play. However long a match is worth is however much you want them to invest into it. You have this attempting to tie into the platform system. So this is supposed to connect with people from Steam, as well as an inside system for the people who are actually playing the game actively. Receive requests, recent players that you've matched with. So you want the people to be encouraged to bring their friends along. If you got a game match system, I can only assume this is a support page. Yep, got an icon. Yep, this opens up the community tab for the support page for community activity. And then this just goes to the settings and out the game. So you've got a lot of things here going on. You got a lot of things going on, time takers. It just looks like your average arena shooter, but people are bashing it by calling it the unwoke Concord. People need to let go of the Concord frame. People need to let go of the Concordian timeline. Stop calling things Concord. Stop calling it Concord, because it's not Concord. Does it look uninspired? A little bit. Definitely the skin art looks uninspired, but the emote art looks inspired. Having alternate guns is good. Allow for different playstyles. Maybe you have to earn them around the map. Maybe you start with the basic loadout. Who fucking knows? We'll find out tomorrow. Having different characters. Some of their skills look very bad, very unbalanced compared to everyone else. But who knows? On a team full of 3 people, it's probably different. Who knows what's what? But for the time being, it is what it is. Anyways, we're going to be going offline now. Thank you, everybody, for being along with us. Thank you for everybody who's been wishing me well about my ear. I promise you, as long as Limited doesn't scream into it, it'll probably recover sooner than later. I'm going to go eat food now. And we will see you all tomorrow. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. And hopefully I'll continue to be able to go band for band in the morning.